Seen the world, done it all, had my cake now. Diamonds brilliant and Bel Air now. Hot summer nights, mid-July, when you and I were forever wild. Crazy days, city lights, the way you'd play with me like a child. Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Will you still love me when I've got nothing but my aching soul? I know you will, I know you will, I know that you will. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful? Seen the world, lit it up as my stage now. Channeling angels in the new age now. Hot summer days, rock and roll, the way you play for me at your show. All the ways I got to know your pretty face and your electric soul. Will you love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Will you still love me when I've got nothing but my aching soul? I know you will, I know you will, I know that you will. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful? Dear Lord, when I get to heaven, please let me bring my man. Dear God, tell me that you'll let him. Father, help me if you can. All that grace, all that body, all that face makes me wanna party. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful? Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Will you still love me when I've got nothing but my aching soul? I know you will, I know you will, I know that you will. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful?
I heard your girlfriend's a lawyer. I bet she works in the city. It's cool she owns an apartment, but I know nobody sees it how I see. Did all the late nights, no it doesn't add up, and you talk loud just to cover it up. I guess it's my fault that it wasn't enough, that you got what you want when you want it. Boy, you want me to go out, think and say what you want me to say. That's still face. Go lie in the bed, you're making
How are you all doing? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's so good to see you all. Good evening. Hello, DD Teams. Your garden is planted. That's wonderful. You know, they say the economy is like a garden. Things naturally get cold in the spring, but in the winter, but then they grow anew in the spring. Yes, the movie Being There is great. I highly recommend it for anyone who likes gardens. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's so good to be back with you. I graduated law school. I am Towel Law School graduate Towel. It is graduate Towel. It is so good to see you. You may call me Towel JD. I haven't fully paid for the JD. We're on the way to that. But you may call me JD. Towel JD. I am Dr. Towel. Hello, it is so good to see you. It's 4 p.m. Eastern, okay? It is Saturday, May 16th, 2026. It is 10 p.m. in South Africa. It's 11 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 11:30 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. I hope you enjoyed that first song during the intro. That was your introduction to Towel Girlfriend. Doesn't she just have an angelic voice? That was her on the guitar and her singing acoustic in one take with 40 minutes notice. She's a G. Girlfriend. We have some updates to talk about related to the war. We do. But we also are going to talk about how Towel graduated. She is Demu. I agree. She's such an amazing singer. She plays guitar and she's so smart and she's beautiful. She's great. I can't wait for you all to meet her. She's wonderful. In other news, before we get into the war, Towel graduated law school. Hashtag Towel graduated law school. Hashtag I can show you the moment. She's Mishigama. She's so good. She's so talented. First of all, okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is me. I am a Towel. That's me. I graduated from law school. Hashtag Towel JD. Look at me. I'm a towel in a purple robe. We're going to just do a little bit of celebratory towel, discussions. And then we'll get into the hard news. And, I fixed the problem, but so many people... Well, first of all, I trended on Twitter the other day because so many people said congratulations, great. But then, also, a lot of people said thank you or congratulations on this post, and so I thought I would go through and say thank you to all of them by liking them. Well, that's not really a good idea when you get like thousands of comments and you try to click like on them. Let's just say you end up having to talk to the Twitter support people and, telling them that you just graduated law school. Now, they were very pleased for me, but, everything's back now. Let's just say a lot of people said congratulations to Towel. I mean, it was a little overwhelming. I didn't know I was so loved. I knew there were a lot of you out there, but I didn't know it was like, I guess I should have known, but I didn't really understand. I thought, you're all just my wonderful Towel friends. I get to know you individually, like to talk to you. I think you're all wonderful. I didn't know there was actually this many of you. There's a lot. It was quite literally extremely overwhelming. I was very grateful, though. God bless all of you. Yes, and so I'll get to this in a second. I want to show you the moment your wonderful little Towel graduated and walked across the stage and became JD Towel. Yes, I have the moment for you here. Here it is, the moment Towel became JD Towel. Demu, I love it.
Grant Ellis. Izana Estefanos.
That's me! See me walking across the stage? That's me! That's me, I'm a Towel. I was such a proud Towel. Thank you, Loki. I just wanted to give you all the opportunity to see this. It was really wonderful. I was thrilled. Now, just some updates on the the 115th New England Law Commencement. Well, first I'll show you Little Law Girls, and Law Girls Not Attorney. Her mom and her both came. They were so nice. They knew I didn't have anyone who was going to come and support me. They literally were the only people that were. I invited a few people last minute because I didn't know till the week of, but literally I think they knew I didn't have any family or anything who would come support, so they came. It was so touching. As you can see, they gave me a Towel shirt. Now, it's a towel. I am a Towel wearing a Towel-y windbreaker. It's great. It's very metaphysical. It's my favorite thing ever. I'm so grateful to Little Law Girls and Law Girls Not Attorney. That was great. They got to come to the graduation. They got to take pictures. It was wonderful and amazing. And there's me. There's Proud Towel with his degree. It was great. I'm a towel. So I just wanted to catch you up on that in personal news. Now, at the New England Law Commencement, we got to take a listen to a great speech. We won't play it now. We don't have time. It was a great speech by Chief Judge Denise Casper of the Federal District Court, the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston. Now, Judge Casper gave a number of different remarks. I want to jump forward to specifically this one part about like the rule of law. I thought it was fascinating. I can't believe it. Water Under the Fridge says, I will be getting Schrammer tonight to celebrate your graduation. Oh, you are wonderful, supportive, loved, and free to celebrate my dear friend, Water Under the Fridge. I am so grateful. If we were around each other, I'd come hang out. We could spend some time together. Hello, Kimberly McGuire, my friend, and Mishigama. It's so good to see you. I want to play this one part of Judge Casper's speech. She oversaw the Whitey Bulger trial. She's overseeing, I think, one of the Karen Reed civil cases in federal court. She's doing the Matthew Farwell case, the Sandra Birchmore case, as far as I know. So let me just play a little clip from the speech. This is Chief Judge Denise Casper from the District Court, the Federal District Court in Massachusetts.
Articles for the law review. It's what guides those of us who serve on the bench, acts as the guardrails for effective advocacy by attorneys.
Oh, let me go back one second.
And we've studied here at New England, and every believes in a great democratic society like ours. The rule of law is at the crux of what you've studied here at New England, put to use in clinical work and pondered in articles for the law review. It's what guides those of us who serve on the bench, acts as the guardrails for effective advocacy by attorneys, and provides appellate review for those who disagree with our decisions. But when dissent is in the illegitimate form of violence or threats of violence against those with whom we disagree, then the rule of law itself is in jeopardy. This is particularly true for judges who are called upon to apply the rule of law and decide often contentious issues. As Chief Justice Roberts noted at year's end in 2024, reactions to judicial decisions that include, open quote, violence, intimidation, disinformation, and threats to defy lawfully entered judgments, end quote, are areas that, open quote, threaten the independence of judges on which the rule of law depends, end quote. Our district, the District of Massachusetts, has not been immune to such inappropriate responses, which in some cases have come in the form of threatened acts of harm and violence against judges and their family members. This should be concern to anyone and everyone who, like you, understands that the rule of law is what protects constitutional rights, provides just relief for litigants' claims, and justice for criminal conduct. Now, class of 2026, if you're still listening.
Now, I thought that was just a really important part of Judge Casper's speech. I also want to take a moment to have British Reporter Towel read out the honorary degree, one of 4, that was awarded yesterday to Brigadier General Enoch Woodhouse, one of the last surviving members of the Tuskegee Airmen.
To view keyboard shortcuts,
God bless his soul.
I want to take a moment to extend a special thank you to for taking time during Friday's 115th commencement to honor the life and service of Brigadier General Enoch Woody Woodhouse. He is an Air Force veteran and a member of the Tuskegee Airmen. God bless him. Brigadier Woodhouse received 3 separate standing ovations from the audience on Friday as he was awarded his honorary degree from NELB. Respect for our veterans lives on. I am grateful to God for that. Post your reply.
Thank you, British Reporter Towel, and God bless Brigadier General Woodhouse, who at 97 years young is one of the last surviving members of the great Tuskegee Airmen, one of the first, I believe, all black or majority black unit in the Air Force, heroic aviators. Their rate of shooting down enemy pilots during World War II was absurd. It was very high, absurd in a very positive way. I mean, absurd, a statistical anomaly in the most positive way in terms of their unit and their abilities. So it was an honor to really be in Brigadier General Woodhouse's presence. 97 years young that young man was up there getting that honorary degree yesterday. God bless him and all of our veterans. Thank you for allowing me to make those important announcements. Now, if Silent Dogs is here, I have very positive news. Well, I don't know if it's positive for everyone. Silent Dogs is going to be thrilled. On May 14th at 3:59 p.m., that would be yesterday, Eastern Time, there was a new Blood Guardians video. You know what that means. It's the pirate music. Take it away. Here we go. Well, that's the Blood Guardians. We know that by the song. I guess we now know who's been launching drones at the Iranian opposition, so the U.S.-backed militias in the north of Iraq. There you go. You got your answer. Now, you want to know something interesting? Remember that group that we were tracking out of, what was it? Is Iran losing or winning? Hello, Mohammed. God bless you, dear brother. It's so good to see you. I don't know who's winning or losing at this point. Let me go. Well, Nightbot, hater of caps, sound, and free speech. Hashtag free Nightbot. Free Nightbot. God bless you, water under the fridge. Water under the fridge, the valiant defender of the oppressed, the unheard, the unhurried, the penguins, the razors, but not the Nightbots. Remember that group that was launching those terror attacks we were tracking with Joe Thusman, the other journalist? We were both kind of tracking him on X, but I was telling you about him on the stream. Liège, Belgium, Amsterdam, London, Paris, you name it, they were hitting people. Turns out that was Kataib Hezbollah from Iraq. How do I know? Because the FBI arrested the dude in Turkey, the leader, and they infiltrated him. They directly got his contact. They're so good, they got his contact. Massive explosion at Bais Shemesh. I did hear about that, Miss Clutch. We will get to that in a second, my dear friend. But Kataib Hezbollah, ladies and gentlemen, was allegedly, according to the U.S. government, the Iranian proxy in Iraq, behind all those attacks. And guess what? They were paying $10,000 with footage for each of those attacks. $3,000 up front, according to the federal indictment against the leader of Kataib Hezbollah, who they caught in Turkey and extradited, and $7,000 after the hit was completed, or the attack. It's so good to see you, Miss Clutch. Now, let me actually show you that indictment, all right, because I went through it yesterday and I picked out the most pertinent parts for your consumption. Here's that indictment. Okay, it all started on March 7th, so about 8 days into the war, with this post by a guy named Al-Sadi. It was on WhatsApp. It was actually on a Snapchat account. So they were using Snapchat to recruit for terror attacks. I have the evidence. This is a federal indictment. I can get you the document numbers, but I have it. I got it from the New York Times. And then you remember some of these videos, folks. Remember, we were watching these. Okay, we were getting these for analysis purposes, hoping that someone would break up this ring. They didn't just get broken up. The people who did the attacks got caught. And then the FBI, look what they did. Wait till you see this. The FBI lays out here how this guy, they caught this guy on wiretaps, admitting to financing all of the attacks in Europe. This guy himself, the leader of Kataib Hezbollah. Then they absolutely burned dude. You got to go to page 27 and 28 of the federal indictment of this dude. They burned him. They put undercover a UC right in his presence. They had the UC talk to him. They had him coordinate an attack on a New York Jewish temple, paid the guy $3,000 in Bitcoin. Then the guy never did the attack because he was an FBI agent, and then they got him arrested in Turkey and extradited him on like a 20-count federal indictment. He'll never see the light of day again. Same group that kidnapped American journalist Shelley Kittleson. They were pissed at these dudes. They got them. These dudes were not sly. I thought this was like a high-level Iranian operation. No. It was, it did feel kind of amateur, but it was way more, like, OPSEC-wise, it was so amateur. If you read through the indictment of this guy, what happened was the FBI just approached him on a cold approach, probably through like a pretty high level reference who they probably had as a UC too. They just approached dude and were like, yeah, I'm looking to respond to your ad. He took the bait. Hello, Honest Rick. Remember those attacks we were tracking in the month of March and into April across Europe? The Herzala ambulance service. Hello, Motorhead. It's so good to see you. The Herzala ambulance service, the attack on the Jewish temple in Liege, Belgium, the attack on the Jewish institution in Amsterdam, the attack, where was the next one? In Paris, the threatened attacks the attack in Rotterdam. Over and over and over, we were seeing these attacks, right? And then it culminated, crescendoed, so to speak, with the attack on the Herzala ambulance service in Golders Green, London. Okay. Within a week of the Golders Green attack, all of the people doing the attacks were arrested. Now, I thought they were part of like some centralized Discord group that got radicalized. No, they were paid hitters, making $10,000 at a time, $3,000 up front, according to this indictment. You can read the primary source; it's on the screen right there. $3,000 for each attack ahead of time. They had to get video footage, and then $7,000 on completion of the firebombing. And that's exactly, it's not exactly what I thought, but it fits the profile. It wasn't a centralized Discord group. It was a group of hired hitters, hired contracted agents who were getting $10,000 for each video each attack they successfully videoed and sent to this dude. And it wasn't Iran directly. They outsourced it, clearly. It's kind of like a wing of the IRGC. They outsourced it to Kataib Hezbollah, and the U.S. got Turkey to arrest the leader of Kataib Hezbollah, who for some reason wasn't in Iraq. Maybe he thought he was safer in Turkey? I don't know. It didn't work out to his benefit. Hello, pick a handle. So anyway, that whole thing we tracked. Joe Truzman and I, for sure, on X, were the people tracking it the closest. They got those dudes. They got them like you wouldn't believe almost immediately. God bless you, pick a handle. Not only, thank you for your congratulations. Hello, can I found the cell financing it. Oh, hold on one second. Slight drop. We're back. We're back. Sorry about that. Frame drop. Sometimes I yell and we get frame drops. If you ever get a buffer, just refresh the stream if you can't get it back. But yeah, I yell sometimes and spike the stream. Sorry about that. On the towel. Standing Stones, hello, my friend. It's so good to see you. Do you remember how I said, if you're just tuning in, remember all those attacks? Actually, you know what? Now that they caught these guys, let's actually take a look at my compilation video I did to put together, tracking them, because I was hoping someone would catch them. Not only did the people who did those attacks, I want to start with this actually, because I think it's a quite big deal, and I don't think anyone really picked up on how big of a deal this is. So allow me to explain. So during the month of March, this channel, along with other places, were tracking this like splinter cell group of like attackers that kept doing these like really dangerous attacks on civilians throughout areas of Europe. And I kept saying, this makes no sense. Like, this has got to be either like a group of radicalized guys, or it's got to be like an Iran coordinated thing. Well, it turns out it was somewhere in the middle, which is oftentimes the case. You kind of try to do your best, and it's somewhere in there. This was Kataib Hezbollah, according to the U.S. government. All right. So I am going to show you right now the reporting that I did back on March 23rd. Okay, way before they stung this guy. Oh, wait a minute. It didn't sting him until April 3rd. So this was before they did the sting, and I just want to let you hear my coverage that I did and then show you the videos these guys did, and now that they caught them, you'll see the full context. That's journalism. I'm a Tao. Thanks for watching Towel News.
Conversation. Regarding the firebombing of Jewish ambulances in London that service all community members. And myself have been tracking a group of sleeper cells across Belgium, the Netherlands, France and the UK that are a complex emergent threat actor. The attacks occurred in the following cities. Jewish Temple in Liege, Belgium, attack occurred March 9, 2026, footage first uploaded March 11, 2026. Jewish Temple in Rotterdam, Netherlands, attack occurred March 13, 2026, footage first uploaded March 13, 2026. Jewish Temple in Amsterdam, Netherlands, attack occurred March 14, 2026, footage first uploaded March 14, 2026. World Trade Center in Amsterdam, attack occurred March 15, 2026, footage first uploaded March 15, 2026. Bank of America in France, threat video uploaded March 20, 2026. Jewish ambulances in London, England, attack occurred March 23, 2026, footage first uploaded March 23, 2026. Kudos to Joe for his work. I hope this information is helpful to the public and European authorities as they hunt this sleeper cell group across the continent. I pray the entire network is brought to justice quickly.
So let's take a look at what you can buy, apparently, if you're Kataib Hezbollah for $10,000 a video. They got them, by the way. I just want to let you know they got them. Okay? They got them. It was these dudes. It was Kataib Hezbollah. Yes, this is a DOJ indictment. Yes, it's the same people. Yeah, the timing's a little weird. Yes, I hope Joe or my reporting helped. God bless the people who got these guys. That's not easy to do. They didn't just get the people who did the attacks. They got all the people. It was a bunch of kids, basically. There were some adults coordinating it in the UK, 2 adults, but there was 3 kids, basically, who did the Goldier's Green attack. Who were the blanks that burned the ambulance? Water under the fridge. We have our answer. The answer is Kataib Hezbollah. The U.S. DOJ yesterday, while I was at graduation, the U.S. DOJ caught the people who burned the ambulances. I repeat, they caught them. It was not just the people doing the attacks. It was actually contracted hits by none other than Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq. And they got him. They arrested the leader in Turkey. He is on his way to the U.S., where he is being extradited and will face jail. Will face jail for doing this. He paid $10,000 per video. I understand, Francine. Miss Clutch says the Israeli Fire and Rescue Squad has not yet receiveit permission to enter the incident site near Beit Shemesh. Initial estimates indicate that the site is likely a sensitive, secure facility. Okay, let's take a look, speaking of Beit Shemesh, as to what's going on in Beit Shemesh. There has been a recent explosion in the Israeli town of Beit Shemesh, which I believe is on the northern border. It is unclear exactly what it has exploded, but let's take a look at. Oh, wait, what? Oh, wow. Let me go back to the original primary source. Oh, goodness. That is a huge explosion.
What the fuck?
Pardon the cussing. As I've mentioned before, I don't censor videos from primary sources in war zones. People have a right to react naturally. We'll analyze it. I'm not endorsing it. I'm not the one cussing. I don't edit people's reaction to explosions because it's an important part of the analysis. If some people who see bombs all the time are reacting with like that kind of vigor, it can be a problem. But I'm only seeing this video for the first time now. I will try to get you more information as it comes in.
What the fuck? What the fuck? ايش عم بثيث تبعي بإيمش لي؟ يو
A controlled detonation? A controlled... if you're gonna do it, I mean, okay. Who am I to contradict Israeli media? Sure, that's yes, absolutely. Controlled, until we hear otherwise, just a controlled demolition, clearly not a sensitive military site, literally exploding with a column of smoke that's, I'd say, it's very hard to gauge because of the perspective, but based on the 2 angles I have, at least 2,500 meters high. No, that might be on the high end. Let's reduce that. 1,000 meters high. That's really outrageous. If you're gonna do that, don't you think you should tell people? Doesn't that seem a little odd? I mean, you probably want to let the civilians know that you're gonna cause like a 3,000 foot high, like I think something bad has happened. Frame drop. Come on now. Come on. We're back. Slight frame drop. I was yelling again. Anyway, my point is, that's not a good sign. I will follow up. It's being reported initially as a, quote, controlled explosion in Beit Shemesh. Now, Beit Shemesh, as I recall, is in the north of Israel. Let's take a look at where Beit Shemesh is on the map behind Tau. Where's Beit Shemesh? Isn't Beit Shemesh one of those, like, really exceptionally small towns? One second. Good night, beautiful towel girlfriend. I think people absolutely loved your song. They listened to it. Water Under the Fridge was a big fan. Mishigama was a big fan. I hope you get some wonderful sleep. You are a wonderful singer, and you just make my soul radiate joy. I can't wait to talk to you in the morning. I may have interrupted a report about a serious incident in Beit Shemesh. I'm going to go report on that now. Anyway, you're wonderful, towel girlfriend. I and so many others adore you. Have a good night. Sorry. priorities, ladies and gentlemen. Now I will get you the information about Beit Shemesh. It's near Jerusalem. Thank you very much. That actually is a bit of a strange location for an explosion to occur. It's like between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. So it's down here. Right here. That is a bit of a strange place for an explosion to occur. It's right here. So Jerusalem, see behind me? Tel Aviv's here. Alright? Jerusalem's here. Beit Shemesh is here. And this is where this thing is. It's right behind me. This thing. Alright, see Beit Shemesh? It's kind of to the west of Jerusalem. Alright, so I'm going to get you as much information as I can about this as soon as I can. It's a bit of an odd thing. Yeah, it's a very odd thing. It's a very public area. I thought it was up in the north. Even to see this kind of thing in the north would be odd because the residents would get really freaked out. That's like in the middle of a very populated area. It's like kind of in the southeastern suburbs of Tel Aviv, kinda, and then it's on the outskirts of Jerusalem to the west. The point is, there's a lot of people around there. Most of the Israeli population is in the middle of that area. I'm going to monitor this very closely. I'll get you information. I'm not exactly sure why that exploded. The initial reports from the IDF, take it or leave it, are that it was a controlled demolition. I'll play the video for you again, full screen. Take it for what it's worth, but the IDF is saying that this was a controlled demolition. These are the latest scenes reportedly. I cannot confirm this. I'm not in Beit Shemesh. These are the latest scenes from Beit Shemesh within the last hour, according to reports on social media.
What the fuck? What the fuck? יש שם בסיס צבאי באמא שלי. יו.
It could be sabotage, frankly. That's my initial opinion. But I'm an analyst, so my opinion is only worth as much as my informed perspective. I'm not an expert and I'm
What the
not there.
fuck? יש שם בסיס צבאי באמא שלי.
It looks like sabotage to me, frankly. Of a very sensitive site. Like something very bad happened. We'll know right away
What the
if
fuck?
it's as bad as I think, because there will be
What the
attacks
fuck?
everywhere. Yeah,
יש שם
yeah,
בסיס צבאי
bro.
באמא שלי.
That's a good reaction. What the F? Yeah, my initial reaction is sabotage, but that's just as an analyst. I mean, that picture is really scary. Look at that. That's the Israeli flag in the middle of that explosive cloud. We have a security situation. I'm going to call it a security situation developing in Beit Shemesh, which is to the west of Jerusalem, to the southeast of Tel Aviv. There are no reports right now indicating the cause or the impact of this, what is being referred to initially by IDF security sources on social media, according to other reporters, as a controlled demolition. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not a controlled demolition. If that's a controlled demolition, then we've just gotten to the point where, no. Listen, I need to be direct with you. In my informed analyst opinion, which is a non-expert opinion, and I'm also not in Beit Shemesh, the best I can tell you about what I've just looked at is sabotage. The best I can give you. Because if that wasn't a missile or a drone that did that, that is sabotage. That's just not... I mean, I just can't... Knowing how the Israeli army operates, if you're going to explode unexploded ordinances or something, first of all, it's going to make a really loud noise. I don't know if you know what an unexploded ordinance does, but it's gigantic, like the noise it makes. Like, forget the actual explosion. The other thing is, there's no such thing as a controlled demolition that creates a fireball into the sky that, like, illuminates for miles. No chance. Absolute. Listen, these are only initial reports. I have no idea what the hell has just happened. All I know is I have a coffee right here, and I'm ready to take you through whatever happens in a reasonable, responsible manner without becoming overwhelmed or otherwise. I trained for this, I believe. I'm a journalistic towel. I'm ready. I don't know what the hell this is. I need to be direct with you. I'm the man on the TV. I'm supposed to be the man who's able to tell you, based on my initial impression and the geopolitical orientation of the various actors, and not to mention the actual physical location of the explosion, what has caused it, what I think like it impacted, etc. Nope, not right now. I can't give you that right now. Not for want of trying, but because this only just happened and I'm utterly baffled by it. The location of it doesn't make a lot of sense. The scale and scope of it does not make a lot of sense. I'm not going to rush to any conclusions. I'm not going to rush to any judgments. There are reporters there. Trey Yinks will probably have an update for us. I know it is my job to get you information. All I'm telling you is my initial impression of the primary source video is that's odd. Exceptionally odd. The location is odd. Oh yeah, there is an incident site. Something very bad has happened. Something very bad has happened in Beit Shemesh. It is within the last 45 minutes. I do not have further information. Oh, there's a very serious fire burning there. Whatever it is that is oh, this could be very bad. I do not have further information, but I have further primary source videos for you. My job in moments like these on Towel News is to just show you the primary source videos and as quick as possible rule out causes and or potential reverberations and rule in potential causes and reverberations. That is what Towel News does. Whatever it is that has caused that explosion, or whatever you want to call it, a controlled demolition, the thing is just burning. This is a new video. It's just burning. There's nothing stopping that thing from burning. We have a very serious incident occurring in the middle of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You are looking at pictures from Beit Shemesh in central Israel, where there is just a giant fire burning. It's unclear why it's burning there. It's unclear if there's going to be a retaliation. It's unclear if this was an attack, an accident, or otherwise. These are only initial images coming in for you from Beit Shemesh, which is in central Israel. It's located to the southeast of Tel Aviv, Israel's most populous city, and to the southwest of Jerusalem, the holy city. This is in the direct center of Israel, maybe near the Jordan border if you go over Jerusalem. It's in the middle of the country. It's kind of to the north of Gaza, but it's not really close to Gaza. It's kind of near the occupied West Bank, but it's to the south, and it's not really near occupied Jerusalem. It's kind of to the west of that. So it's unclear how this happened, who caused it to happen. There were no missile alerts. How do I know? Because I was live. I have the missile alert software running, and I would know if any missile alerts had happened. There have been no missile alerts. No one understands why this has happened. That's Tomer Company Factory. What is the Tomer Company? I've never heard of this. We haven't geolocated this. Tomer Company Factory, Beit Shemesh. What is this? Tomer develops and manufactures rocket systems. Oh, dude. I think you might be right. I think he's right. Listen, if this fire is on Ha Nasri Street or anywhere near Apple Park, or also near the, like, if it's in the Ramat Lehi, Lehi neighborhood of Beit Shemesh, this is bad. This is very bad. That stuff doesn't go up by accident. Oh no. Oh goodness. Are you telling me Iran struck early with some type of like Stuxnet clone? I don't believe. Hello, water under the fridge. Hello, Jeremy Briggs. Hello, Tiffany Bob. So good to see you. Thank you for your congratulations. Listen, folks, we have a situation developing in Beit Shemesh. It's unclear. There's initial indications of where this is because I can geolocate it. It's in Beit Shemesh. Okay, that's all I have. I don't have a neighborhood. I don't have a street address. I do know that this will become a big deal very quickly because you can see it from like 5 miles away. There's a column of smoke rising up from the middle of a very potentially sensitive site or factory, if you want to call it that, in the middle of Beit Shemesh, which is a very central area of Israel. Stuxnet indeed, right, Jeremy? But stuff like that you never forget about. It just gets more advanced. Thank you, AED. God bless you. Thank you for your words of congratulations. I wish we had more time to talk about how Tal is now Tal JD, but we have a serious security incident developing in the center of Israel. You're looking now at what is I conservatively estimated this at 1,000 meters tall, but frankly, it's way taller than that. There is a column of smoke that is at least half a mile, maybe a mile tall in the middle of Israel, and there's a giant fire that is burning out of control in the middle of Beit Shemesh. You don't need to adjust your stream or your television or your phone. That is a gigantic fire burning in the middle of Israel. And we do not have any reports from official sources other than this was a controlled demolition. Yeah, right. Yep, I'm sure it was. Yep, and Iran has no missiles left, and Greenland belongs to the United States, and I'm Willy Wonka. Absolutely, 100%. This is a very serious problem. On a scale of 1 to 12, my concern meter is like a 15. We might have to actually break out the war song. That's how concerning this is. Somebody did something. And somebody got the impression, frame drop. Tal has new internet. It takes a few days to get established. The actual link to my internet is still establishing itself. So we get some frame drops. If you ever get a frame drop, it will keep going. It's never going to be a long interruption. It's like 2 seconds. It's called a frame drop. It'll come right back. If you lose your audio after a frame drop, or anyone in the chat asks you if the audio is not working after a frame drop, just tell them to refresh their feed. It'll pop right back on. It'll never go down for more than a minute or two. This is really good internet that I have now, but it's still stabilizing. It's complicated. Don't ask too many questions. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's good to see you all. Hello, Bunny Towel! We have a serious security incident developing in Beit Shemesh. I have not been able to get follow-up information or provide any further information. All I can tell you is that 26 minutes after the initial explosion, whatever the hell it was, we don't really know, this is the scene in Beit Shemesh. We're talking right now. There is a fire that is burning so large you can see it from miles away. Nobody knows exactly where it started. No one is being allowed near the scene. Emergency teams are not being allowed near the scene. No one knows if this was an attack, if it was an accident. There's been no statements by the Israelis. Every single person, I don't mean to exaggerate, but I'm not kidding you. If you are within like a mile of Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, in particular the south of Tel Aviv or any area of Jerusalem, you are looking at this right now. There's like 1 million or 2 million, 3 million people that live in that area. This is a thing. I don't know what has happened. I cannot attribute it to a cause. There are a lot of people monitoring this. As soon as I have more information for you, I will be there. Yes, Standing Stone, secondary, tertiary, whatever is about to happen at that site is not positive. I'm telling you right now. And it is not an act. Let me rephrase. It is possible. Anything is possible. But there is a possibility that this was the worst industrial rocket accident in the history of Israel. That is always possible. I just want to give you all, I'm ready to report this. I have my water, I have my coffee, I have you all, we will do this. There is a possibility, I just want to lay it for you all out the potentials, that this was an industrial accident. Anything's possible. I would like to rule that in or out before I come to any conclusions about anything right now. It is currently 11:44 p.m. in Israel. What do you mean by that first 48? I'm very interested. Tell me more. Something very serious has happened in Beit Shemesh. It is unclear if this is an accident. It is unclear if this is an attack. It is the Tomer Company factory. I repeat, it is the Tomer Company factory. I repeat, it is the Tomer Company factory. I repeat, it is the Tomer Company factory, according to initial reports. The famous, according to Miss Clutch, the infamous, I'll say, Iranian-affiliated hacker group Handela Hack has since posted a cryptic message seemingly alluding to the incident. It said, "A beautiful sunrise in the darkness of night." Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Don't make me get the... I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I sense it. I sense it. I have my pensive concerns. I'm getting the war song. That's it. Hello, Michelle. That's it. Something serious has happened. I'm playing the war song. I'm ready. I don't like this. Somebody struck first. I don't know who. Israel will not take this lying down. You can't just cause a massive explosion in the middle of Beit Shemesh. What is going on? I know I'm supposed to give these answers. Instead, we're playing the war song. I went there. Hi, Illy.
Don't balance, don't me quality.
Well, I think we know who struck first. This was Iran. They did it on Shabbat at the very end of the day. Mimi, hello, my dear friend. I got your card. I know we're playing the intense song, but you're so wonderful. And God bless you as well to the wonderful Claude Bell. Thank you for those cheers for the Jules. That was wonderful. I love the cheers. You're both wonderful. Hi, Lavender and Rose, save the baby goats. We have a serious security incident in Beit Shemesh. No one knows why there's a giant explosion that has just happened at a factory that manufactures Arrow 2 missile interceptor systems. There's something very concerning going on. We're playing the war song. Oh, Lavender and Rose got 2 baby goats. Mimi, Lavender and Rose has baby goats with you. Mr. President Trump posted on social media, I'm seeing this just now from Al Arabia and Miss Clutch, it's the calm before the storm. As to Iran, well, Iran struck first. Why would you telegraph that it's the freaking calm before the storm? Did you figure maybe they were going to start attacking Israel? Well, they did. I'm not surprised. Has anyone read von Clausewitz or Sun Tzu for that matter? Oh my dear goodness. You don't telegraph what you're going to do or they're going to preemptively act, and they might have done that. I don't have confirmation. Why would you ever say the calm before the storm? Of course, they're going to do something. And what did they do? They took out one of the primary manufacturing facilities for Arrow 2 interceptors. Oh my goodness, I'm going to get mad. I'm going to play the war song before I get mad. Yes, there was a massive protest in the UK today to unite the United Kingdom. There was also a small protest in support of Palestine and to commemorate the Nakba, which was the forced displacement of Palestinians in 1948. In other news, Man City won the FA Cup final over, I think it was a very weakened and boring, frankly, Chelsea side, 1-0 in a game that saw no real action for a majority of the contest until about the 74th minute, when a stunning ball into the middle of the 10-yard box by Erling Haaland was touched, quite frankly, in a manner that you will not see very often in a soccer match, folks, in a 360 literal spinning back heel flick on right to the left side of the Chelsea goalkeeper, who was helpless as the ball rolled into the net, leading to a 1-0 victory for Man City, taking home their first title of the season, perhaps their last, depending on the Premier League standings as they play out, for heralded coach Pep Guardiola, who may or may not be with the club past the final year of his contract. This is Towel News reporting to you on the latest from Wembley Stadium today, this afternoon, where Manchester City took home the FA Cup final in a relatively boring, although redeemingly enthralling, 1-0 victory over a very, very dull, very lackluster, very, very boring Chelsea side who didn't look like they could tie their shoes, much less put a ball in the back of Man City's net. City, of course, could have taken a 1-0 lead much earlier in the contest, but for an offside call against a incisive ball towards Erling Haaland, who for the 16th final in a row failed to score for the club he has otherwise come to define. The rising Norwegian striker, of course, is one of the Premier League's top talent, and his acrobatic skills were paralleled today only by the flourish of a finish leading to City's first title of the season. Back to the war song. This is Grant Smith Ellis reporting to you from the developments today at Wembley in the FA Cup final in the UK. That's Towel Sports. That's Towel Sports. Yes, Mohammed, the only initial evidence is an unconfirmed report on social media that Hand El-Ahak alluded to a bright flash in the night immediately after the security incident in Beit Shemesh less than 1 hour ago. Interrupting, Towel News has new primary source footage from the ground in Beit Shemesh. I repeat, there has been a serious security incident in Beit Shemesh. I'm updating you as the footage. And here's dashcam footage from on the ground in Beit Shemesh, Israel, where there is a giant fire burning at what is being reported at a Tomer company facility location, a company that manufactures Arrow 2 and other interceptor rockets. The media in Israel is reportedly being told to say that this was a controlled explosion at a civilian facility. However, initial reports and footage indicate that this was neither a controlled explosion nor a civilian facility, with a fireball that is burning hundreds, if not thousands, of meters into the sky in the center of Israel. You can see it in the center of your screen past the roundabout from God knows how far, oh goodness knows how far away, right in front of you. Ladies and gentlemen, this occurred within the last hour. There have been no official reports from anywhere, frankly, about what this is, what caused this, or the dangers of this potential, whatever it is, subterfuge, industrial accident, attack, who knows. Needless to say, I'm showing you the latest footage. You can see more. This fire is visible for miles around the central area of Israel, including southeast of Tel Aviv and also the west of Jerusalem, the holy city. Beit Shemesh is basically between the eastern portion of Tel Aviv and the southwestern portion of Jerusalem in the direct center of Israel. This fire is visible. I mean, there's no way to black this out. This fire is visible for miles around, and there is no official statement by anyone on any side about what this is, why it has happened, or, as I mentioned, what exactly has occurred. My job in this moment, as this situation developed, well, I was just trying to catch you up on the various situations playing out today, the bombings in South Lebanon, the drone and missile attacks in northern Israel, etc., etc. My graduation from law school, this happened within 45 minutes. It literally gives me local time. There is no indication, ladies and gentlemen, no indication whatsoever as to what has happened. Frank, I don't know who that is, but God bless you with that. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Sorry for the frame drop. We're going to have occasional frame drops. This could be a night. Until I rule out what this is, this could be a night. We are in Towel Reporter mode. Okay, I'll show you this explosion. This is in Beit Shemesh 1 hour ago.
What the fuck?
Pardon the language. This is a first-hand witness.
You. Mother.
You are looking at primary source footage of a giant
What the fuck?
explosion in central Israel.
What
Giant.
the fuck?
One of the biggest. It is almost indescribable. You are looking at footage from miles away. This fire is still burning. Emergency crews are not being allowed near the scene. Listen, something very bad has happened. I'm not exactly sure who's going to take credit for it. I'm not sure who's going to respond or how. All I'm telling you is that something serious has happened, and I, as a towel, have concerns. Thank you all very much for being so compassionate to each other, by the way, even during these intense moments. We pray that this was some kind of, perhaps the worst industrial accident in the history of Israel. I guess that would be the best possible outcome. I would love an hour from now to be able to tell you, to sit here and say that is what this is, but I cannot say that right now. I cannot say anything about the cause of this right now because I don't have any official statements. In fact, it's being blacked out, as far as I understand, domestically. You can't do that. There's 2 million people that saw it. Someone's got to put out a statement saying what happened here. It's incredibly important. Yes, early reports from Israeli media are this was a controlled explosion. Oh, yes. I'm overheating a little bit, so I'm going to take my windbreaker off. It's about 80 degrees Fahrenheit here. I have my Man City shirt on, back from when they only had 3 Premier League titles. This is a Kun Aguero shirt, actually. How epic is that? I've been a City fan forever. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Israeli media, as I mentioned, reporting that this was a controlled explosion. Okay. Did you explode half your missile interceptor systems? That's kind of what it looks like. Let me give you the latest from, as I wait to get you updates about this, let me give you the latest statement from Hezbollah regarding the, quote, ceasefire that is continuing for another 45 days, quote unquote, after Israel and Lebanon met in Washington at the State Department over the past few days. Oh, Nick, God bless you. Thank you so much for your kind words of congratulations and for your kind words about my journalism. Over the past 2 days, Israeli and Lebanese representatives met at the State Department, and after 2 days of talks that ran from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day, a 45-day extension of a ceasefire was announced. However, those of you who follow this coverage will know that there's been no ceasefire in Lebanon because the combatants are Hezbollah and Israel. Israel's plan is to pretend Hezbollah doesn't exist. Lebanon, for the first time in like 46 years, has a government that doesn't recognize Hezbollah or that treats Hezbollah as a terrorist group. So the Lebanese government is trying to ignore Hezbollah. You can't have a ceasefire between a non-combatant and Israel. You have to have a ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel, or there's no ceasefire. Israel is intentionally not negotiating with Hezbollah, so the bombings have continued in Lebanon for the last 30 days of the ceasefire, however long it's been, and the bombings have continued in North Israel. The only thing is, and it's important for people to understand, Hezbollah and Israel have been fighting since, you could argue that Hezbollah started originally because the Palestinian Liberation Organization, the PLO, got displaced out of Jordan and Syria. They kind of got kicked out, and they had to go to Lebanon. And they went to Lebanon, and in 1979, Israel invaded Lebanon to get rid of the PLO. What Israel really did was bomb a bunch of houses and demolish communities in the south of Lebanon. So what do you think happened? A Lebanese resistance movement sprung up out of the sort of soil of the PLO, no pun intended, and as a result, you got Hezbollah in 1982. Now, Hezbollah and Israel have been fighting since 1982. They fought in 2000. They probably fought in the 90s. I don't remember. They fought in 2006, to a stalemate, to a ceasefire. They fought in 2023 to a ceasefire in 2024. Then they fought again in 2026, and there's been no ceasefire. So what you have to understand is that Israel and Hezbollah fighting, there's a term called rules of engagement. Zena Kador, who reports a lot on southern Lebanon, can tell you a lot about this if you watch her coverage. There's what's called rules of engagement, but it's used with a sardonic, mocking tone because there's no written rules of engagement. It's kind of like a rapidly developing dynamic agreement implicitly between the parties about what the extent of their attacks will be. Israel right now is not bombing in Beirut. This is actually very complex because the U.S. president, Mr. Donald Trump, has a family member who is from Lebanon. Yes, we've been having some frame drops today. I'm testing out my new towel internet. But anyway, I was cut off at a very interesting time there. But yes, Mr. President Donald Trump of the U.S. has a family member from Lebanon. This is the first U.S. president who I think has ever cared about Lebanon, frankly. Some may have talked about it. He's the first one that actually cares. So Mr. President has got Israel to stop bombing in Beirut, picking up on where we left off. In return, Hezbollah has only bombed Tel Aviv once since the ceasefire started. And they mostly bomb military positions near Kiryat Shimona in the north, and near Nir Tanya, and near Shlomi in the north. Few other areas up in the north, but they very rarely even go to Haifa Bay, which is the northernmost major city in Israel. And so my point with that is, if you take a look at what Hezbollah and Israel have been doing over the past 3 weeks to 4 weeks, it's mostly been, and I say mostly, it's mostly been limited to Israel bombing hundreds of times a day, sometimes in southern Lebanon, civilian targets, military targets, random areas with white phosphorus. It doesn't matter, they just bomb. Hezbollah then will retaliate, for 1 out of every 10 attacks that Israel does, Hezbollah will retaliate with some bombings in northern Israel. How do I know? I have the Red Alert app on 24 hours a day. There is not a single bombing anywhere or alert that I miss that comes towards Israel. I hear every single alert. I don't care if it's 1 in the morning, my time, I don't care if it's 6 p.m., 10 a.m. I could be randomly walking around. I hear an alert. I most of the time say, damn it, Hezbollah. And then I rush home and I try to cover it or I screenshot it. Every single alert, every one I know about. So I know about, and I also follow the bombings in southern Lebanon. That's what the rules of engagement are. Hezbollah gets to do certain things. Israel gets to do certain things. And then neither side will escalate beyond those attacks. However, it's precarious because at any moment in time, Hezbollah's actual job is to facilitate a pathway for Iran's missiles to hit Tel Aviv. What do I mean by that? Well, let's take a look. Do you know the quickest way to travel the Earth, because it's a sphere? Circumlocution. Okay, you want to circumnavigate. That's why planes go in an arc. Okay, it's quicker. So, if you're launching missiles from Iran, like especially say like between Tehran and Tabriz, if you have any like missile facilities in there, and you want to launch them at Tel Aviv, like the Khorram Sharhars, you know what you're going to do? You're going to fire them over Erbil and Mosul in northern Iraq. Okay, then you're going to fire them near Aleppo in Syria. You're going to fire them on this route. Okay, over Mosul and Erbil, over Aleppo, over northern Lebanon, over southern Lebanon, over Haifa, into Tel Aviv. Every time, every single time. I watched them all during the war. I know exactly how the flight path. Okay? Now, what do you need in that case? Well, you need a few things. You need the PMF and the Blood Guardians and Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, your AAA affiliate. You need them distracting the Israeli and American air defenses up near Erbil and Mosul. So that's why you see a lot of bombings by the Popular Mobilization Force, which is Iranian-linked, and the Blood Guardians, another Iranian-linked proxy, and Kataib Hezbollah, all towards American and Israeli defensive positions in Mosul and Erbil. They're not just trying to hurt them, they want those missile defenses down. Syria, they don't have to worry about that much. They really don't. There's very little American air or Israeli air defense near Aleppo. There's some stuff down here in Damascus, but there's very little Israeli air defense up here, which is actually very smart by the Iranians. Then what they do is they come through northern Lebanon. They don't have to worry about that at all. There's nothing up here for Israel or America. There's some warships off the coast here, so they use Beirut as a distraction. And then the most important part, Hezbollah is the most important player in Iran's axis for a number of reasons. But the primary reason is that you see this area here from like Sidon, south, like Nabatayat, Sur, all these areas, like from here south, especially from south of the Litani River, which is right north of Sur. So like right here, that whole area, okay? Hezbollah, when Iran wants to launch a missile, Hezbollah fires a lot of missiles and drones, a lot, because it brings down Israeli air defenses from Haifa to Kiryat Shimona, which leaves only the air defenses in Tel Aviv to try to counter a Khorram Sharhar. What's the problem with that? Well, a Khorram Sharhar is an Iranian missile that 7 kilometers or 21 miles from its target, hello, opens up and releases bomblets that you can't intercept. Now you understand? So let's take a listen to what Hezbollah had to say about the proposed Israeli-Lebanese ceasefire negotiated in Washington over the past 2 days. Go ahead, British reporter Towel. Any minute now. Whenever you're ready. We're ready for you. I know it's a lot of text.
I pray the conversation. Urgent. Statement issued by Hezbollah. Hezbollah, in light of these dangerous developments, affirms the following. First, Hezbollah categorically rejects any external American or non-American dictates, pressures, or impositions that attempt to forcibly impose on Lebanon a path and destiny that strikes at its sovereignty, independence, and dignity. And that contradicts the most basic national constants and principles on which all Lebanese are supposed to agree. Second, we call on the Lebanese Authority to refrain from venturing too far into deviant choices with the enemy, given the serious repercussions this would have on stability in Lebanon as a state and society. Third, the great question that Lebanese people in general, and the people of the South in particular, are posing to the Lebanese Authority today is, what has its engagement in this downward path achieved for Lebanon since the ceasefire agreement on the 27th of November 2024? What has it achieved through its erroneous decisions on August 5th and August 7th, and its acceptance of civilian participation in the mechanism, followed by proceeding to direct negotiations? And what has Lebanon and its people gained from this path other than more pressures, concessions, aggression, and destruction? The Authority pursued this path under the pretext that it is the only way to achieve a ceasefire and halt Israeli aggressions, despite the constitutional violations that taint this option and the absence of national consensus around it. And today, after a month of following this approach, what has it achieved for Lebanon? Instead of backtracking from this choice, it is preparing to move toward a political and security path, adding to the chain of gratuitous concessions it offers to the enemy, who, after every round of talks, responds with escalation of its aggressions. Expansion of the circle of targets to Lebanese villages and towns, continuation of killing Lebanese people, destruction of their homes, and violation of Lebanese sovereignty. To the point where many Lebanese now see extending the ceasefire through this path as an extension of their killing and a cover for aggression against them and their homeland. Fourth, we call on the Lebanese Authority to cooperate within the framework of national consensus to achieve the national constants represented by ensuring the enemy's complete withdrawal from all Lebanese territories, a final and complete halt to the aggression, the release of our heroic prisoners, the immediate return of our people to their villages and towns with dignity and pride, and reconstruction without restrictions, conditions, or obstacles of any kind. Fifth, Hezbollah affirms that the Zionist occupation will never settle on our land as long as this valiant resistance, its heroic mujahideen, its sacrificing and steadfast people, all national forces, and all the honorable and free sons of this country from every sect and region exist. The dawn of liberation, freedom, and full independence will break, whether the time is long or short, and Lebanon will return as a free and independent sovereign.
Hello. Okay. That was the most recent report out of Lebanon. Now I will take you to the latest from Beit Shemesh. Listen, this is a very developing situation. My general advice during emergent situations is to take as many perspectives as you can, get the primary source videos, and wait for a statement. Initial official statements are very rarely often accurate through media. Wait for something official. If you don't see it released by a government, even releasing statements from a government aren't often accurate. If you don't see it from a government, take it with a grain of salt. If you see it from a reporter quoting government sources, take it with a grain of salt. Look at the primary source videos, wait until you get a statement, and everything is ruled out. Now, this is the situation on the ground. We don't even have time to do our catch-up. Oh my word! Yo. What was that? Is that how loud the explosion was?
Yo, man. Leute.
Wait, what? There's... what? I don't even oh, yes, Francine, don't worry, just refresh. Just refresh, Francine. It should go away, my friend. This is very bad. What is that sound? Is that a door shutting?
Yo, Maze.
Hold on.
Leute.
That's not a door shutting. Look how far away he is from that. I don't know what to tell you, folks. Controlled explosion with no prior notice. That's what the initial sources in Israeli media are saying. Do you buy it? Motorhead, there was actually a large attack on Kiev yesterday that took out a residential building. It was very devastating. Ukraine responded today. The drone attack is ongoing. I'll have information for you as I get it. But I'm telling you right now, hello, allegedly be good to see you. I agree, Mimi. God bless you, Mimi. You're so wonderful. But I have no idea what has happened in Beit Shemesh. This is the newest footage I have for you.
Yo, Maze.
You're looking at a man who is miles from that. This is being reported initially. Let me read you the initial reports coming out of Israeli media. You can make of it what you will, but this was the initial report from Khan Hebrew channel. After a state of panic and hearing a huge explosion and rising flames in Beit Shemesh, it turned out, this is quoting Khan Hebrew channel, it turned out that the scene was the result of a controlled and prearranged detonation inside a civilian factory in the area, and the security authorities confirm there are no injuries or damage and the situation is normal. Well, there you have it. Indeed. Indeed. There you have it, folks. No, I'm not going to take that at face value until I hear more about this. But that's the initial report from the Khan Hebrew channel, that this was all just a misunderstanding. It wasn't a giant explosion or anything, serious. It was just a controlled detonation that they told no one about, and it was at a civilian facility, and nothing is wrong. God bless you, Mimi. You are wonderful. Mimi is a valiant warrior for Jesus, and I love Jesus, so God bless you, Mimi. I now have for you an update from southern Lebanon in the past 2 hours. I translated it to English for you. Here you go.
أدت هذه الغارة إلى إحداث دمار كبير في المنطقة. خلفي مباشرة هرعت فرق الإسعاف، سيارات الإسعاف والدفاع المدني لمعاينة الأضرار انتشال جثامين الشهداء، وللأسف أدت هذه الغارة إلى وقوع إصابات وإلى ارتقاء عدد من الشهداء. ويعني حفاظا على حرمة هؤلاء الشهداء نفضل الابتعاد قليلا عن هذه المنطقة، ولكن يمكن أن نشاهد بعض الأضرار التي لحقت بهذه المنطقة، أيضا الجرافات ويمكن أن نشاهدها أيضا وهي على يمين الشاشة. الجرافة هنا وهي تعمل على إزالة الركام من المكان الذي جرى استهدافه والاعتداء عليه، وليس بعيدا عن هذه المنطقة نتحدث عن غارة إسرائيلية شنتها الطائرات الحربية الإسرائيلية منذ بعض الوقت على بلدة العباسية في اعتداء إسرائيلي جديد يستهدف هذه المنطقة. وبالتالي نحن أمام غارة استهدفت أطراف العباسية. كذلك الاحتلال الإسرائيلي شن غارة منذ بعض الوقت، وفي الوقت الذي كنا نتواجد فيه هنا استهدف منطقة القليلة. وبالتزامن مع هذه الغارات والاعتداءات الإسرائيلية أطلقت صليات صاروخية باتجاه تموضعات لقوات الاحتلال في بلدة البياضة في قضاء سور جنوب مدينة سور. بالتوازي مع هذه الغارات التي كان ينفذها الاحتلال الإسرائيلي على منطقة الحوش وأطراف العباسية، أطلقت صليات صاروخية نوعية استهدفت تحشدات وتموضعات لقوات الاحتلال عند بلدة البياضة. وهناك صور يعني منشورة لهذه الاستهدافات، هي رشقة صاروخية كبيرة أطلقت باتجاه تجمعات لقوات الاحتلال. أيضا نتحدث عن استمرار في العمليات التي تقوم بها المقاومة، ولا سيما النوعية والمكثفة التي أدت إلى إيقاع خسائر بشرية كبيرة في صفوف جنود الاحتلال، ولا سيما عبر استخدام المحلقات الانقضاضية التي لم يستطع الاحتلال حتى هذه اللحظة إيجاد حل لهذا السلاح التكتيكي المنخفض التكلفة مقابل أهداف عسكرية كبيرة وتكلفتها مرتفعة تستهدفها المحلقات الانقضاضية. وبالتالي المشهد الحالي من مدينة سور أو جنوب مدينة سور في منطقة الحوش، غارة استهدفت مبنى سكني ما أدى إلى إيقاع إصابات. وفي الوقت نفسه أو بعد دقائق شن الطيران الحربي الإسرائيلي غارة استهدفت أطراف بلدة العباسية بالتزامن مع قصف مدفعي مركز يستهدف عدد من القرى الواقعة جنوب مدينة سور. وبالتزامن مع كل هذه الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية أطلقت صليات صاروخية باتجاه تحشدات لقوات الاحتلال، لتضاف هذه العملية التي ستعلن عنها المقاومة لاحقا إلى سلسلة من العمليات. المقاومة استهدفت تجمع لقوات الاحتلال في الناقورة بمسيرتين انقضاضيتين، وكذلك استهدفت موقع جبل بلاط بصلية صاروخية، وكذلك استهدفت تموضعات وآليات عسكرية إسرائيلية في وسط بلدة الطيبة.
Okay, that is the latest from southern Lebanon. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am monitoring this. I want to just give you it straight. I am seeing some chatter. We're going back to this. It is chatter. Hi, T.A. Sarah. It's so good to see you. I am seeing some chatter that there is activity afoot. Specifically, chatter like close to, on social media, close to the axis of resistance, if you want to call them that, who are saying that things are about to launch. Now, take that with a grain of salt, but like I've covered this a long time. I know who's aligned with who and who has sources where, and I haven't seen this kind of chatter before, and I also don't know why there was just a giant explosion in Beit Shemesh. So I'm just going to monitor. We'll keep an eye on things. We'll monitor developments. You got the latest update there from southern Lebanon. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I have my various concerns. The Beit Shemesh municipality, for its part, according to Israel Red Alerts, which is very accurate, denied that it was informed in advance by officials from Tomer, an Israeli state-owned rocket propulsion company used by the IDF, ahead of the explosion tonight. Israel Hayom, Hayom, reports. I'm going to take you now to the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. which released footage of an FPV drone targeting an Israeli position earlier today. This was from May 12th, released earlier today. Okay, I have the latest. Tomer, Israel's government-owned rocket propulsion company, says the blast near Beit Shemesh was coordinated with authorities. Israel Hayom reports. Fire and rescue services said dispatchers were notified in advance, though residents were not informed. Police said nothing unusual was found, and the IDF has not yet commented. Back to southern Lebanon. I did see that Standing Stones. That was wild and very concerning near the U.S. Frame drop. I apologize for the frame drop. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for being with me today. That was the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Oh, it is a concerning feeling. Chinatown CJ, you are not wrong, dear friend. You are not wrong. Okay, so we have a developing situation in Beit Shemesh. And now I'm going to take you to Sevastopol, which is in Russian-occupied Crimea. Taking you now to Sevastopol in Russian-occupied Crimea. Hello, T.A. Sarah. 27 billion bonus points for being T.A. Sarah. Taking you now to Sevastopol in occupied Crimea, where there is just an absurd amount of anti-aircraft fire going. This could be loud. Warning. Oh, yeah, Ukraine is on the... I would say Ukraine is on the offensive. This is right now in Russian-occupied Crimea. This is Ukraine sending drones at Russia and Russia trying to repel them right now. Okay, so that was the latest. We are going to get some reports. I'm telling you, Ukraine just launched a very intense drone wave after Russia's attacks yesterday. Oh, God bless you, Motorhead. Thank you so much for your kind words. And to Chinatown CJ as well. And Motorhead, that is a wonderful vocation. And I hope you enjoyed it and were able to help a lot of people. God bless you. I'm now going to read you the latest from some of the Hebrew channels about what they're thinking about this Beit Shemesh explosion. Please be aware this is just unconfirmed chatter. Okay, it is not an official statement. Translated to English. We're having way more frame drops than normal tonight. If you ever run into a frame drop, I come right back. Okay, after like a second. But yeah, way more than normal. Like an abnormally large amount of frame drops. So just be aware, there's some turbulence on AirTowel. Thank you for flying AirTowel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's approaching 5:25 p.m. Eastern U.S. potential wartime. It is Saturday, May 16, 2026. It is 11:26 p.m. in South Africa. It's 12:26 a.m. on Sunday, May 17, 2026 in Tel Aviv. It is 12:56 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. Oh, goodness. All right, so here's the latest from the Chatter on Israeli Telegram channels, translated for you into the English. Makes sense. Quote, how do you believe that? Oh, okay, see, frame drops. I told you, just a lot of frame drops. Quote, how do you believe that? Oh, Water Under the Fridge started a membership parade. Lame Matrix, oh my goodness, and Loki, and Number One Nun, and Sarge, and Blonde Pet PGLPP. God bless you all. I can't believe Lame Matrix and Loki both were here when Water Under the Fridge, the very super towel themselves, started a membership parade. You all got rewarded. Enjoy your new towel emojis. God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. You are a super towel. Save the goats, save the Great Lakes, and also don't allow the Iranians into the Great Lakes. Hashtag save the Great Lakes. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Water Under the Fridge is a super towel. Enjoy your new wonderful emojis. Yes, there is the penguin emoji. Towel Mom loves that one. Yes, Towel Mom Bunny's dog, Kofi, is an emoji. Yes, there is an emoji of Chloe the dog in a wig. Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are wonderful emojis that you have all just unlocked, or at least if you were on the list, thanks to the wonderful Water Under the Fridge. I need to keep reading this now. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Hashtag Kofi is the best. Hi, Kofi. The man on the TV is talking to you again. Yes, that's you, Kofi. You are a dog. Nope, nope, nope. Not anyone else, Kofi. You don't have to look around. I am on the TV. I'm the man on the TV, and I'm talking to you. Hi, Kofi. How are you doing? You're a dog. I hope you're having a great night. Say hello to Bunny Towel Bomb and Bo for me. I hope you're all doing wonderful. Oh, Mimi, by the way, I know you're out there. God bless you. I got your wonderful card. It's right over here. It's right by my desk, right where I keep my Kofi Kingston card. He is right near me at all times. Hashtag Kofi is a dog. Yes, I got to say hello to the dog. Of course, Kofi's wonderful. All right, I got to keep reading. Oh, no. More frame drops. Come on now. Come on. I'll be back in a second. We're having way more frame drops than normal tonight. But normally, if you just ride it out, it tends to be all right. We're back. I mean, I don't know what's going on here. I use an encoder, so I can just push through whatever happens to the server. But yeah, there's a lot of activity tonight. You've been a towel all along, Matrix. Lame Matrix, all you had to do was believe. Oh! Tuber sent a waving hands emoji. Oh, thank you so much for those, Jules, and the high five. You are wonderful. I'm gonna heart that high five and also take a screenshot of it because I love it. You are wonderful. Thank you so much, Tuber. You are wonderful. Welcome to the stream. Those Jules always, even in intense moments, elevate my spirits. So God bless you for that. Oh, that's true, Loki. You are wonderful. It has become a place for so many. God bless you all, truly. It's my honor to be with so many of you. Allow me to go back to reading this. It is a bit of an intense moment. Quote, there's no way this is a controlled, this is just chatter. Okay, I'm not reporting this is confirmed. Oh, goodness, Ranji, thank you so much for that wonderful sun. Oh, that is great. Oh, you all are just warming my spirits. I'm so grateful for you. I love that sun. That was amazing. God bless you, Ranji. You're all so wonderful. Ah, got your JRP. I'm working on it. Oh, goodness, Two Bear. Is that... Two Bear, what is that one? Stay hydrated. Oh, I'll absolutely have a drink of water in your honor, my friend. God bless you, Two Bear. I have almost as many jewels as TA Sarah has bonus points. This is great. Ah, the turtle emoji. That's a good one. All right, allow me to read this. You're also wonderful. Allow me to read this. Quote, this is just chatter. There's no way this is a controlled explosion, close quote. Quote, they're hiding something, close quote. Quote, it doesn't make sense, close quote. Open quote, how do you believe that, close quote. Yes, it's crazy that, quote, Tomer, quote, conducts experiments at night and even on Saturday night. Unfortunately, I can't enter the, quote, Tomer firing range near Beit Shemesh to check what exploded, what the experiment was, and why specifically at night. I checked again with Tomer. They insist it was a pre-planned experiment. According to them, the experiment did not fail. There's no way to verify this at this stage. I asked how they explain the fireball. I got no answer. I asked why at night and on Saturday night. They answered that they work 24/7. I agree that this is strange behavior, but to convince you that it makes sense, I remind everyone that we are in Israel. So that's the latest. This guy must be a reporter. This is from KAN in Israel. He must be a reporter. That's crazy. Oh, God bless you, Island Girl OG. 10 billion bonus points to everyone in the chat. Wow, it's raining bonus points. You all are very lucky. TA Sarah's given out a lot of bonus points. Listen, this journalist reached out directly to this company and was like, why was there a fireball? Like, okay, I understand you did a pre-planned explosion, but, more operatively, which is, thank God, this man asked this question, this reporter for KAN in Israel, why was there a fireball? No answer. They just ignored him. They're talking to him. He must have texted them or something. He's the only person I've seen who actually got in contact with this company. This is the only primary source I have. I don't believe for 1 second, not 1 second, that at 11:15 p.m. on a Saturday, this company got permission to blow up a facility and cause a fireball that was visible from Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Excuse me? No, they did not. No. First of all, if they were going to do anything like that, they would have told people like days, if not weeks in advance. And they would have been like, yeah, you should be aware that we have to do this. It's like a big deal. It's going to cause this huge thing in the sky. You should be ready. Don't get alarmed. No, it just happened. People were driving around. They were filming the damn thing. There's no way that was a controlled detonation. If it was, it went terribly wrong. That's my analysis after reading all this from the Israeli sources, looking at the videos. My analysis, as I'm going into analysis mode here. I'm not there. This is my opinion. That is not if that was a controlled demolition or detonation, it went horribly wrong. That's the best case scenario, frankly. That this was some kind of planned explosion and it just rapidly devolved out of control and caused a fireball. Okay, that's bad. That's embarrassing and a problem. But it's not, an attack, which would be worse. But right now, you know what I'm ruling out? An approved pre-planned detonation that could cause that. Maybe they had approval to do something. That's at least potentially reasonable. That they were allowed because they're military to say explode an ordinance for whatever purpose. It could be loud. They'd get permission. Whatever they're doing. But yeah, that is no. Sorry, I don't buy it. Not for 1 second. I don't buy it not based on what the Israeli news sources are saying, when even the Israeli news sources are literally mocking the Israeli government and being like, well, it's Israel, so take it all with a grain of salt. About a giant explosion in the middle of the country at 11:15 p.m. on a Saturday. This is crazy. And they know Mr. President Trump is jet lagged. They know Bibi is really struggling. He was not doing well on his CBS interview that he did, the 60 Minutes interview. Thank you, Mr. Monk's understudy. You are so wonderful. I needed those congratulations. This has been a tough night. It's the unknown that gets to me more than anything else. There is just no information. This is the best information I have for you right now. This is the best you're going to get. I can't do any better than this. Buying it. Nope. We're back. Hold on. There is some frame drops tonight. I'm able to push through it because I have a client that will just push through it no matter what happens. Even if it drops for a minute or two, it'll just come back. There are explosions being reported in Tartus, Syria. What? I have primary source video from Tartus, Syria. Give me 1 second to load it up for you. What is going on? I'm the one that's supposed to have the answers to these questions. And frankly, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels, even I'm a little confused right now, and that's not a good... You want me to be relatively firm in my feelings about things and where we're at. You either want me to say, like, things are heading in a positive direction, things are heading in a negative direction, all hell is broken loose. What you don't want to hear is, I'm concerned and I don't know what's happening. But I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I have no idea until I get an official, and I don't even know if I'm going to believe that, confirmation as to what happened in Beit Shemesh. I'm taking this as a very concerning couple hours. Here's the latest from Tartus, Syria, where there's a large number of explosions, or at least one being reported. Let's take a look at the primary source video. Doesn't that sound like artillery fire? I'm trying to discern what that sound is. Hi, JRP. Good to see you, dear friend. Doesn't that kind of sound like... So I can't exactly tell you. This is in the Syrian city of Tartus in the past 17 minutes. I can't really tell you why that's happening. I wish I could. There's a lot of weird things happening. I can't tell you what's going on. I wish I could. I'm in one of those positions where I have to just monitor. All right? We need music. Yeah, I guess we do need a song. What song should we put on? What song is apropos for a moment like this, ladies and gentlemen? We're on the eve of destruction. Would you like to hear Towel Girlfriend sing? She's really good. I guess I could play you Girlfriend. A warring song. Yeah, Towel Girlfriend was more singing sadness, which is not really a warring song. Let me show you what's occurred throughout the day as I pensively kind of watch here. Oh, remember the man who, by the way, for by the U.S. for the leader of Kataib Hezbollah? His last name is Al-Sadi. Here he is talking to his family earlier today on his way to be extradited from Turkey to the U.S.
كوني مثل ما قال لي صابرة محتسبة قوية. احنا ما ننكسر الواحد.
ان شاء الله.
احنا ما ننكسر الواحد واحنا ما دمنا على حق اذا لا نبالي. او وقعنا على الموت او وقع الموت علينا. والاسف كذا. بسيطة إليش هاي سجديانا. كوني مثل ما قال لي صابرة محتسبة قوية. احنا
Oh, thank you, JRP. So, JRP, the problem is I can't get the Facebook links to load during the stream. The Facebook is too resource intensive. We got to find a way to get the Facebook links like onto Twitter or something. If I have to do it manually, I will. But the point is, yeah, they don't work very well. So I'm working on it, though. But this was the latest from the leader of Kataib Hezbollah, who was behind the attacks throughout Europe in March. And let's take a listen to this report from Basha Report. Thank you, JRP, but I'm on it. You keep sending
To view
the links.
keyboard shortcuts, press
I'm going to
question
figure
mark.
out a way to do it.
View keyboard. This video shows Mohammed Bakr Saad Dawood al-Saadi, a senior member of Kataib Hezbollah, detained by the FBI and flown from Ankara, Turkey. In the video, he tells his family to remain steadfast and strong, saying that neither he nor his family will be broken no matter what. Flight records show GLF-5 aircraft departing Richmond International on the 13th of May 2026 and arriving in Ankara, Turkey the next day. On the 14th of May, the same aircraft departed Ankara and was last tracked near Kenitra before later departing Sale, Morocco and arriving at New York Stewart International Airport the same night. Quote, FBI New York. At New York B. May 15th. Earlier today, Mohammed Bakr Saad Dawood al-Saadi, a senior member of Kataib Hezbollah, a US-designated foreign terrorist organization, was charged with 6 counts of terrorism-related offenses for his activities as an operative of Kataib Hezbollah and Iran's Islamic
Revolutionary Guard. Hezbollah, for their part, announced in the last 2 hours that they did a wide-scale fire raid on all positions of the Israeli army in the town of Al-Baida with artillery shells and rocket barrages in repeated waves. Mr. President, for his part, posted this before he posted this was the calm before the storm. He posted this.
Okay, we have it in our seg. Fire, boom. Okay, we have it in our seg. Fire, boom.
All right, Mr. President. Thank you for that. All right. Now I'm going to take you to the latest from the Ukrainian president, who was talking earlier today about the Russian move on the region of Moldova called Transnistria, which is on Ukraine's west. So Russia's on the east, then Belarus is on the north, and then Moldova is on like the southwest, and then Europe's like north of that, and then Europe south of Moldova. Basically, then there's an ocean. There might actually be an ocean south of Moldova, but there's also another country there that's in Europe south of Moldova. Transnistria is like a border region between Moldova and Ukraine. Okay, it's in the west of Ukraine. This was President Zelensky talking earlier about the expanding Russian threat to NATO and Ukraine vis-a-vis Transnistria breaking away in Moldova with English captions.
Шановні українці і українки, сьогодні ми говорили з міністром закордонних справ України Андрієм Сибігою по ситуації навколо Придністров'я. Напередодні був новий крок Росії щодо Придністров'я. Росіяни спростили можливість отримати громадянство для вихідців з цього регіону Молдови. Крок специфічний, означає не тільки те, що Росія таким чином шукає собі нових солдатів, бо громадянство означає військовий обов'язок. Це й позначення Росією території Придністров'я як начебто своєї. Вони в Москві часто кажуть різним співрозмовникам, що їх цікавить начебто тільки Донбас. Насправді далеко не тільки Донбас, ми маємо на це реагувати. Тим більше, що російський військовий контингент і розташування спецслужб в Придністров'ї – це для нас також виклик. Ми зацікавлені у стабільній, сильній Молдові. Я доручив МЗС України відповідно контактувати з Молдовою щодо спільної оцінки та спільних дій. Я очікую також пропозицій від українських спецслужб, від нашої розвідки по формату реагування. Росії треба більше думати про свої НПЗ та про свою нафтоперевалку, а не про громадян інших держав і землю інших народів. Я хочу подякувати за цей тиждень і за нашу далекобійність усім нашим залученим підрозділам. Українські далекобійні санкції весь тиждень були активними. Воїни сил спеціальних
When he says long-range sanctions, he means missiles.
спеціальних операцій, сил безпілотних систем, наших ракетних військ та інших складових Збройних сил України, воїни Служби безпеки України, наші розвідки ГУР, Служба зовнішньої розвідки. Дякую всім вам, воїни, за влучність. Ми працюємо активно і на традиційному санкційному напрямку. Ключове це
I'm hearing reports that it's about to begin. I'm hearing reports, I cannot confirm them, that America may be about to move on Iran, which is why, by the way, that site in Beit Shemesh, you know what that company stores? They have Jericho missiles, I'm pretty sure. That's not good. Jericho missiles have nuclear warheads. Something has occurred. I don't know what. I wish I could tell you. My job at this moment is to continue to update you. We're having a little frame drop, so I'm going to wait for it to restart. Come on back now. There you are. We're back. You're going to get frame drops throughout tonight. Whenever there's intense activity, we'll get random frame drops. I wish I could do more. Hi, Joyce. We have a situation. We don't know what's going on. Let's continue with President Zelensky's update. I was just explaining when President Zelensky says long-range sanctions, he means missiles.
це обривати всі канали постачання в Росії компонентів для виробництва ракет і дронів. В ударі цього тижня по Києву росіяни використали ракети, які були вироблені в цьому році. Без компонентів від компаній з Європи, Японії, Сполучених Штатів у росіян би просто не вийшло зробити ці ракети. Так само і з більшістю інших засобів ураження, які використовують ці виродки для ударів по наших містах, по звичайних будинках українців. Зв'язки Росії зі світом, які працюють на війну, це пряма загроза життю. Не тільки у нас, тут в Україні, якщо російська машина війни вистоїть, її наступні удари можуть бути і проти Європи, і проти інших сусідів Росії у більш віддалених регіонах. Російське зло вже себе показало і в Сирії, в африканських країнах. Зараз росіяни багато в чому сковані тут нашою обороною. Але що буде далі? Куди далі росіяни підуть? Потрібна рішучість штовхати цю країну так, щоб вона ставала більш безпечною для світу. Санкції, всі інші форми тиску – найкращий інструмент для цього. Ще одне. Сьогодні я говорив з президентом Франції. Ми зараз домовляємось з партнерами про те, щоб формат Україна плюс країни Є3, Франція, Британія, Німеччина, щоб цей формат отримав додатковий зміст. Будуть зустрічі, будуть результати. Ми готуємо важливі зовнішньополітичні речі. Я дякую всім, хто допомагає нам. Також не зупиняємося, що були і наступні етапи обмінів. Цього тижня був перший етап з обміну 1000 на 1000. Ми готуємо наступні. Триває робота щодо списків у всіх необхідних погоджень. Я дякую тим, хто залучений. Треба повертати українців з полону. Треба і надалі посилювати наші зв'язки зі світом, нашу державу, наших людей. Слава Україні!
So that's the latest. I figure it's better to just listen to the people speak. We don't need reports on it. According to Matthew, multiple USAF RC-135 recon jets and one WC-135R Constant Phoenix sniffer, nuke sniffer, are departing Offutt Air Force Base, Stratcom's HQ right now. They're high priority intel platforms. Thank you very much, Matthew. I appreciate that. Hello, Balsar, my dear friend. God bless you. It's so good to see you. And Matthew, it's so good to see you. Yeah, Mr. Monk's understudy. That is the official translation by the Ukrainian president on his own video. So yes, First 48 is here. They were here earlier. Now let me take you to, we have a little bit of time for updates, okay? Just a little. Oh, God bless you. Oh, God bless you to the person. Oh, you're wonderful. God bless you. That was so wonderful of you to support Little Towel, the person who sent that donation. You know who you are. Let me take you to the updates throughout the day, okay? Let's do the day, as I know there's a lot of pensive apprehension. No one knows what is happening. The second I get more updates, I will tell you. Let me take you through today, though. I think that's the best way to do this. We didn't actually do our overview of today. So let's begin. It's going to take me at least 30 minutes to do this. It might be a little bit longer. We might not even get through the overview, depending on how it all goes, or how it all plays out. but I'll do my very, very best. So, Iran, for its part, announced that it is changing its oversight of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran will no longer be using a tolling system, but will instead switch to a service fee system, and this is to avoid problems with international law that prohibits such tolling outside of one's exclusive or maritime waters, which is different than an exclusive economic zone. Oh, God bless you too, Bear. God bless. And malaho or aloha, mahalo or aloha to all of the wonderful friends out in Hawaii. God bless all of you. Israel, for its part, began the day. This was all the way back. Let's see. This was no, I was up way before that. The day started way earlier than that because I was up at like 1 in the morning because there was a alert in northern Israel. So let's start there. When was that? Oh goodness, that was like 15 hours ago. Oh wow, I've been up for a while. That's what being a towel is all about. You have to keep an eye on things, keep people informed. Day started for me at about 1 a.m. or so. Give me 1 second. There's a lot of data to be loaded. Yes, come on. You can do it. You can do it, Towel Computer. I have faith in you. It's a lot of data to be loaded. Oh, thank you to David Yannetti as well for congratulating Towel on graduating law school. All right. When did the day start? I think it started... Thank you to all of you, by the way, who said congratulations to Tal graduating law school. There's a wonderful... how much sleep do I get? I don't know. 2 to 6 hours a night, depending. 6 is great. 90 minutes is fine. 3 hours is okay. 4 hours and 30 minutes is better. 6 hours is ideal. I'm fine with like... As long as I sleep in 90-minute intervals, I can do 3 hours easy. It's not that big of a deal. My brain is just always on. It's hard for me to sleep. I struggle with sleeping. I don't like to sleep. What's the point? It's very inefficient. You can't get anything done. You're just sleeping. I get bored. I want to get up and do things. So anyway, the day began with the IRGC teaching civilians how to use weapons on Iranian national TV. I won't show you that, but I will show you footage of ships stopped off the Iranian coast at the Strait of Hormuz earlier this morning. God bless you, silent
You can
dogs.
see some ships and vessels belonging to Iran very close to Iranian coast, but this is sort of a small...
This is the voice of Tohad Asadi, the Al Jazeera English correspondent.
At this point, so we cannot go deeper. But we saw other ships and vessels, international ones, which were planning to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. But due to this ongoing tough circumstances, Iran says it's just giving a chance to those ships and vessels with the coordination of the Iranian side to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Also, we know that moving towards the center, you can see the Strait of Hormuz, the 3 important islands in that regard. You can see some ships.
So that was the latest from the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, that was this morning. Now taking you to a violent Israeli raid in the south of Lebanon. It translated as the headphone store. I don't think that's what that actually is. Now, taking you to the latest footage released by President Zelensky regarding the Ukrainian attacks on Russia. Listen, Ukraine is stepping up onto the field here with a song, with their videos. This is from the Ukrainian president. Okay? Ukraine's really stepping up. Oh, God bless you, Lame Matrix, and God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. Thank you all for your support. That was the latest from the Ukrainian president. Quote, here is the latest report. This is from Ali ABK, quoting Iranian sources on Twitter. Take it as chatter, unconfirmed. Very low level unconfirmed. Iranian sources, quote, 48 minutes ago. In Tehran, a final conviction has been reached that the confrontation has become inevitable and very imminent, and cannot be avoided. On this basis, a new target bank was prepared to create a shock similar to the shock of the first days of Ramadan. That's translated from Arabic, so I don't know what they were saying there. Mr. Monk's understudy, you got it. You got it indeed, my friend. Oh, Water Under the Fridge says, I get really good ideas drunk late at night. You can help us get and sell paintings to big companies and we can retire in 10 years. You got Water Under the Fridge. I will tell Towel Girlfriend. In fact, I'm going to take a picture of this and send it to Towel Girlfriend. That's a great idea. Water Under the Fridge. We'll have a meeting. Remind me to have a meeting with you and Towel Girlfriend. All right, I'm going to take a picture of this. Okay? I'm going to be like, Towel Girlfriend, Water Under the Fridge has got the ideas. You got it. You got it. I will add the meeting item to my agenda. Towel Girlfriend loves helping me with executive function. She's a genius. She also sings really well. If we reach our chat goal, how about that? If we reach our chat goal, mostly thanks to the wonderful Water Under the Fridge, but all of you, if we reach it, the super chat goal, we will listen to Towel Girlfriend sing. I have a song by her. Yes, it's an exclusive for Towel News. We can listen to it. She recorded it in one take with 40 minutes notice. She's a G. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm keeping you up to date. We're going to go through our day's developments. Here was raid 13 hours ago, so about 3 in the morning U.S. time, early morning in Israel and Lebanon. An Israeli raid targeting Al Gushiana town. You see that in the middle of your screen now. Villages in southern Lebanon, in fact, were hit this morning intensely by Israeli airstrikes. Taking you now to Bablan. I didn't know this was an area in southern Lebanon, but taking you now to the latest airstrike. This was the airstrike 12 hours ago, so circa 6 a.m. Eastern time, which would be, I'd say, about 1 p.m. local time in Lebanon. This on your screen is the images of a raid on Bablan. Now taking you to a raid, an Israeli raid around the same time, 1 p.m. local time in Lebanon on Saturday, May 16, 2026, between As Samaya and Dior Kayun. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, head of Al Ayun in the Sur district, or Tayer. I thought it was Sur. It might also be Tayer. Now taking you to the latest scenes from Tabnin in southern Lebanon. Yes, all of these were different airstrikes in southern Lebanon to start the day. Taking you now to Towel with his wonderful jacket after he graduated law school. Taking you now to Towel with his wonderful towel robe after he graduated law school. You now, also Justin Root, an important case, very much suggests following at Justin Root on X, a good way to get informed about what happened there. It was a case involving former State Trooper Michael Proctor and a tragic death of a young man named Justin Root who did not need to die. And I encourage folks to check out more about that case and his family's search for answers. God bless them and may God rest Justin Root's soul. Let us now take a look at the latest from Hezbollah 11 hours ago. This was footage from the 6th of May, released today, of Hezbollah targeting what was it, a armored vehicle, a Namer armored vehicle in Bin Chabil in the south of Lebanon. The armored vehicle belongs to the Israeli army, of course, and this is a potential fiber optic FPV self-exploding drone armed with a PG-7 variant Heat RPG. Let's take a look. That was the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon earlier today, from May 6th, but released earlier today. Continuing to take you updates from today at 6:27 a.m., so that would be about 1:27 p.m., there was a drone alert in the north of Israel that was reported by yours truly, Powell. I uploaded Judge Casper's speech. Then the On Nahar lens captures the destruction in the town of Qaim from one of the villages on the hill. I'll show you what has been done to the town of Qaim. This is heartbreaking. Qaim, a town in the south of Lebanon, and you can see the destruction, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen. The destruction of the town of Qaim on full display. It is not just one image, though. It is multiple areas of the southern Lebanese city of Al-Qaim, right north, maybe like 5 to 10 kilometers north of Kiryat Shimona, near the Golan Heights. You are looking at the town of Al-Qaim razed to the ground, ladies and gentlemen. These are pictures from earlier today, Saturday, May 16, 2026. Captured on the ground where the town of Al-Qaim has been razed. I think it is fair to say almost every building is bombed out on one of the hillsides. Massive destruction. There are just homes flattened and sliding down the hillsides. If that is not wanton, scorched earth ethnic cleansing, I do not, as a impartial journalist, know what is. It's horrifying and heartbreaking scenes from the south of Lebanon, where Al-Qaim, at least sectors of it, have been razed. Taking you now to Petrovsk in Russia, where a petrol station, due to a technical fault, exploded massively earlier today.
Еба! Ох ты, сейчас как въебет! Это пиздец!
Там заправка была, да, была?
Я это снял.
Ебануться.
Еба! Ох ты, сейчас как въебет!
Нихуя себе, блядь.
Это пиздец!
Охуеть. Там заправка была, да, была?
Я это снял.
Ебануться.
Еба! Ох ты, сейчас как въебет!
That scene from Russia earlier today, where due to a reported technical fault, that gas station went up. Yeah, I agree. That looks more like an accident. But again, that's just my lay-tell opinion. But yeah, that is a gas station that was not attacked, although attacks by Ukraine and Russia can happen anytime. That was an attack. That was an industrial accident. This is new footage released today of an Iranian strike on the U.S. naval base in the early days of the war. You may remember the U.S. 5th Naval Fleet's training area in Manama, Bahrain, was hit on February 28th multiple times. Here is new footage released for the first time today, earlier, about 8 hours ago, via Iranian state TV of the results of one of those impacts of an Iranian missile on Manama, Bahrain.
Look, they got the Navset building.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Okay, alright.
I do it, my love, fast, please.
I'm going!
Look, they got the Navset building.
Oh, that's crazy. I saw the missile. Hold on, watch.
Watch,
hold on. Oh, hold on. It's right there. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it now? Right there. You see it? That's the missile. You see the missile? That's the missile. That is an Iranian missile hitting the U.S. 5th Fleet. Look at it. Look at it. That's it. That's it right there. You see it? I freeze framed it. That's the missile. Wow. That's crazy. I can't believe someone got that footage. That's an absurd piece of footage. That's not a rocket. That's a missile. That is, I freeze framed it for you. That is a missile. Yes, Illy, we saw that. I'm not sure if I believe that. Yes, Chinatown CJ, you are looking at footage released today for the first time via Iranian state TV, but captured on February 28, 2026, the first day of the war between the U.S. and Iran. You are looking at footage of an Iranian strike, while right now you're looking at a freeze frame of an Iranian missile about to hit the U.S. Naval 5th Fleet HQ or training area in Manama, Bahrain. I'll now show you the impact in real time. Once again.
Look, they got the Navset building.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Okay, alright.
I do it, my love, fast, please.
I'm going!
Look, they got the Navset building.
Oh my god! So, I mean, you know, say what you will about Iran, but that was a small missile. I saw it coming in frame, and I could compare it to the building. Yeah, and they knew the attacks were happening too, because a previous missile had hit that area, so they were filming. I saw the smoke trail, and then they caught that. It is very unclear, though, what has just happened in Beit Shemesh. I mean, very unclear. It's very uneasy. It's a very uneasy feeling. I'll continue to update what has happened today, but I am on guard. Hello, Sarah, my friend Sarah. Hello, Paul, Sarah. Hello, Lane Matrix, and Claude Bell, and Mishikama. You are all wonderful, and Chinatown CJ, and Water Under the Fridge, and every single one of you out there. Here's another angle of that gas station explosion that occurred in Russia. This was certainly an industrial accident. We're not sure if what happened in Beit Shemesh was indeed a pre-planned explosion, an accident, or otherwise.
Кошмар! Ужас! Кошмар! Боже мой, Маша! Блядь! Ужас! Ты сняла это? Да. Мне плохо, блядь. Это пиздец, боже. Это пиздец. Это пиздец. Маша, это... Кошмар! Ужас! Кошмар! Боже мой, Маша! Блядь! Ужас! Ты сняла это? Да. Мне плохо, блядь. Это пиздец, боже. Это пиздец. Это пиздец. Маша, это...
IXO, hello! My friend, God bless you, it's so good to see you. Yes, there has been some intense things occurring today, including this gas station explosion. This gas station explosion in Russia.
Ужас! А, кошмар! Боже мой, Маша! Блядь! Ужас! Ужас!
Now that is a more traditional accident. You see how there's no giant fire burning after? Because all of the available explosive material or material that can go up in flames, flammable material, is gone. And then you see how the fire kind of stops? Because that's really the underground storage tanks going up. And then the fuel source is gone because you only can store so much gas under a gas station. They get filled up every day manually by trucks. That's why you see the trucks sometimes, attaching to the ground. They're giving the gas station the fuel. It's like a commodity that moves just on time as to its delivery. Get some frame drops. We're going to buffer. Oh no. Why so many frame drops? Oh, we're fine. It's going to frame drop for a second, but we're fine. So, for a second, it'll be back. It'll be back, Loki. Some frame drops tonight, Loki. But just refresh if it happens. Just refresh. If you get any, thank you for your patience. Apologies for any turbulence flying AirTowel. But if you get any frame drops, I'm monitoring on the back end here. It's not been too bad, but it should come back after a few minutes. In a minute, actually. In a minute at most. Taking you now to a tragic scene in Bangkok where a train collided with a bus and at least 8 people were killed and more than 20 were injured. I will not show you, although other news stations have shown the accident. I will not show you the direct view of the accident, but the cameras in the area did capture the train crashing into the bus. It then set the bus on fire in Bangkok, the Thai capital, I believe it is the capital of Thailand, killing at least 8 and injuring over 20. Taking you to Massachusetts now, if you are in the South Shore of Massachusetts, the local, of 98-year-old World War II veteran John Bernard Arnold III, who died on May 6th with no living relatives. Visitation will be this Monday, May 18th, at St. Joseph the Worker Church in Hanson, Massachusetts, at 10 a.m. Eastern. A funeral mass will follow Monday, May 18th, at 11 a.m., and burial will take place at Cedar Knoll Cemetery in Taunton. So if you are on the south coast of Massachusetts, this is a very important thing. If you have some time, this is Monday, May 18th, so not tomorrow, not Sunday, but Monday. If you have some time on Monday, it would be absolutely great if you could go to St. Joseph the Worker Church in Hanson before 10 a.m. Okay, if you want to attend, that's great. If you can be a pallbearer, that would be even better. We have a World War II veteran. He passed away at 98 years old. God rest his soul. He had no living relatives, and he needs our help. He was there. He fought in World War II, and if you are on the south coast of Massachusetts and you've been thinking to yourself, you know what, I don't have much to do on Monday, or I know a family member I can call, or I'd like to be able to do that, we can do this, all right? I don't know if I can get there. It's very far. I don't have a car right now for reasons, but I should have one. I'm working on it. But if you can get there, if you want to bring me, I'll come with you, barring some catastrophe happening in the world. But please consider it. If you can get there, it's Hanson, Monday, this Monday, 2 days from now. If you're near Hanson, Massachusetts, you just have to get to St. Joseph the Worker Church before 10 a.m. And don't worry if you're not close or can't do it. I'm spreading the word because somebody might hear this and go, and if we can get like 10 people there, that's great. I know some other news outlets in the area have covered it. If they can just have some pallbearers, that would be wonderful. Personally, I don't think I should be a pallbearer. I am like sewn together. I don't want to fall. I'm disabled. Imagine that would be very bad. But my point is, it would be my honor to go. If someone wants to take me down there, I'll go with you. We'll make a day of it. Water under the fridge says WE1. I'm going to take that as God bless you. So God bless you too, water under the fridge. Keep protecting the Great Lakes from the Iranian invaders. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and you may be looking right now at what is a request for people on the South Shore of Massachusetts. I'm going to repeat it one more time before we go back to very important and other news. Oh, goodness, we are about to hit our super chat goal. Water Under the Fridge wants to hear Towel Girlfriend sing. You know what? That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to leave the tribute to the veteran up, and we're going to get to listen to Towel Girlfriend. Are we going to hit our super chat goal right now? Ladies and gentlemen, it might be about to happen. You're all here for this. We're one away. We can do this. Wish I could super chat myself. I don't really know how to do that. I can give out new memberships, though. In like 2 weeks, I get more free memberships. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We hit the goal. Water Under the Fridge has done it. It was a triple super chat combo, and you now all have unlocked a 3-minute, very wonderful song by Towel Girlfriend. I want to say thank you to Water Under the Fridge. I want to say thank you to you all for supporting Towel News. You earned this, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Towel Girlfriend, you're going to get to meet her. This is a 3-minute mental decompression break. It's important to do those every couple hours. Towel Girlfriend's wonderful. You're going to get to meet her. I can't wait to introduce you. I think she's just the greatest person of all time. She's my person. But she sings, and she plays the guitar, and she's a genius. She's so smart. You wouldn't believe it. And she's beautiful. And she just makes my soul radiate with joy every minute of every day. Oh, you're wonderful, Chinatown CJ. So Water Under the Fridge has unlocked it. You all now get to hear the musical stylings of the one and the only Towel Girlfriend. We're going to decide what she's going to go by. I'm going to let her make that choice, but for now, it's Towel Girlfriend. We've both talked about this. We think for now, Towel Girlfriend. But yes, I can't wait for you all to meet her. You're going to get to see her. We're going to do travel vlogs. Wait till you hear how talented she is with the guitar. So now I present to you, in honor of Water Under the Fridge and all of you who helped us reach our chat goal, the musical stylings of the one, the only, Towel Girlfriend, with an acoustic one take done with 40 minutes notice just because she was feeling like singing, and she's wonderful, of Summertime Sadness. I give you Towel Girlfriend.
Seen the world, done it all, had my cake now. Diamonds brilliant and Bel Air now. Hot summer nights, mid-July, when you and I were forever wild. Crazy days, city lights, the way you'd play with me like a child. Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Will you still love me when I've got nothing but my aching soul? I know you will, I know you will, I know that you will. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful? Seen the world, lit it up as my stage now. Channeling angels in the new age now. Hot summer days, rock and roll, where you play for me at your show. All the ways I got to know your pretty face and your electric soul. Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Will you still love me when I've got nothing but my aching soul? I know you will, I know you will, I know that you will. heaven. Please let me bring my man. Dear God, tell me that you'll let him. Father, help me if you can. All that grace, all that body, all that face makes me wanna party. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful? Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Will you still love me when I've got nothing but my aching soul? I know you will, I know you will, I know that you will. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful?
Yes, that was Towel Girlfriend. Isn't she just wonderful? Oh, I'm just beaming. Oh, Ristala, I'm so glad you enjoyed listening to that. Beautiful unconditional love is the purest form. Blessings to you, my dear friend. I'm so glad we got to do a mental decompression break with a song by Towel Girlfriend. Michael Rondo, I'm so glad you enjoyed that. She just makes my heart sing. She sings sometimes, and it's just, oh, I hope she gets to sing for you all the time. She gets to sing for me while I get to listen to her sing all the time. She's so great. She's just so wonderful, and she plays the guitar, and she plays, and she's just wonderful. Oh, sorry, you all commented so much you crashed the comments. I'm so glad you like that. Oh, Towel Girlfriend is gonna be thrilled. I can't wait to tell her when she wakes up. Oh, she's great. She has my whole heart. I just adore her. I'm so glad I got to share that with you. I was so pensive. I'm still a little pensive and concerned, ladies and gentlemen. This was supposed to be a nightly news update, and then kind of all hell broke loose. But then we got to listen to the song by Towel Girlfriend, and now my heart is just singing. Oh, I can't wait for you all to meet her. Oh, love to see you both together. That kind of love is rare, Grant, and beautiful. Oh, thank you. We had a little frame drop there, but Chinatown CJ said, love to see you both together. That kind of love is rare, Grant. It is beautiful. I never thought I would find my person. She's just angelic in every way. Oh, I'm so glad. I didn't realize that I was getting to share her beautiful soul and her musical talents with you all. Then I realized, and I was just beaming with pride. Mr. Monk, understudy, she doesn't, but I'm sure we can talk about that. She, I'm sure, would love to sing for you all. She's so talented and beautiful and radiant. Okay, I'm just going to continue saying just superlatives about her if we don't, continue with our stream. But yes, thank you so much for allowing me to play that. Okay, taking a break now. My name is Grant. Well, not a break. Taking a break from our break. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for tuning into Towel News. I try to provide a public information service which educates, informs, and entertains you, such as to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative or otherwise forms of government worldwide. I try to do so in a way that allows you to take trauma breaks every once in a while so your brain doesn't have to look at war imagery for hours and hours on end. I've read some research that indicates that is helpful. You can find more from me, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, where Towel News can be found. All of the archives, all the coverage of the war, my various court coverage, it's all there. God bless the people at YouTube. They're wonderful. Speaking of that, it's 6:25 p.m. Eastern U.S. Who the hell knows what is coming time here on Saturday, May 16th, 2026. It is 11:25, is it? No, it's 12:25 a.m. in South Africa. That would be Sunday, May 17, 2026. It's 1:25 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, approaching what is colloquially known on this stream as the witching hour, between 3 and 4 a.m. And it is 1:55 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. Taking you back now to the south of Lebanon near Tyre, Falsei, where Israeli fighter jets carried out a massive bombing raid just 10 hours ago. Taking you forward to further updated pictures from those bombing raids this morning in the south. Taking you now to the Ukrainian drone swarms, which began this morning targeting Russia and have been continuing all day. God bless you, Francine. Pete Bunny Towel popped up earlier. He was excited to see his friend. I told you about the toll system in the Strait of Hormuz. I told you about the white phosphorus shelling in the town of Yavmor al-Saqif, south of Lebanon. Now, white phosphorus is banned. Israel is not a signatory to that treaty, and white phosphorus is banned only in certain applications. So people use this general sort of descriptor of internationally banned white phosphorus. That is true, but only certain forms of it and uses are banned, and Israel is not a signatory to the convention that bans it to begin with. Let me rephrase that. Israel is not a signatory to the cluster munitions treaty, which would regulate the firing of these weapons because they're technically cluster munitions. Iran, for their part, put out this video this morning of them seizing an oil tanker that was attempting to break the Iranian blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, taking 450,000 barrels to coastal storage tanks in Iran's Hormuzgan province. Now, to show you the proof of this, and not just people saying things, I'm going to show you the video that was released by Iranian state TV earlier today.
دیدن یک نفتکش متخلف در مسیر اقتدار هستیم در ورودی تنگه هرمز در خلیج فارس. این همان نفتکش است. وقتی توقیف شد این قسمت قرمز رنگ که به آبخور معروف است به خاطر وزن نفت بارگیری شده زیر آب بود. این نشون میده چه حجمی از نفت این ثروت ملی ما درون این نفتکش بوده که در آستانه به تاراج رفتن بود اما توقیف شد. نفتکش متخلف به جرم اخلال در نظام اقتصادی کشورمان توقیف شد و حالا نفت آن خام تخلیه می شود. حدود 450,000 بشکه نفتی که بازگردانده شد.
روله‌ای هستش که داره نفت ملت ایران رو، نفت ایران رو منتقل میکنه که کشتی نفتکش خودمون که مجدد برگرده به کشور.
این نفت به مخازن ساحلی در شهر بندرعباس منتقل می شود. نفتکش خارجی است و قصد فرار داشت با تغییر علائم بصری. این گونه با پوشاندن نام واقعی و جعل نام قصد فریب.
That's definitely the ship. Its last, the second word in the name was Koi. Yeah, I think he said it was taken near Bandar Abbas. I don't speak Farsi. I can put it in a translation program for you at some point. But he's basically showing you the primary source footage from this morning, maybe yesterday, of that boat. It was probably this morning, actually, in Iran.
اما در تهانه تنگه هرمز به دام افتاد. تکاوران نیروی دریایی ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران
I don't encourage nicotine consumption, but war reporters definitely get a nicotine consumption exemption.
نفتکش 230 متری متخلف را هنگام تلاش برای عبور غیر مجاز توقیف کردند.
نیروی دریایی راهبردی ارتش جمهوری اسلامی هر
Well, you can clearly see that the Iranians stormed that boat. That was the primary source footage of the Iranians on that boat. You can take people's word for certain things based on satellite imagery, but what you need to make an informed analysis is a primary source. That was a primary source. That was that boat. I know the name of the boat. They took the boat. They brought the boat to south of Bandar Abbas, maybe north, I don't know. All he said was it was parked near Bandar Abbas, which is a town right on the Strait of Hormuz. It's to the south of Iran. It's near, I can just show you it on the map. So he's talking about, he's basically right here. That's why primary sources are so important. This dude is right here. He's somewhere around, now you see where we are. Okay, that's the Strait of Hormuz, that's the UAE, that's Oman, that's Qatar, Bahrain, this is Iran. This is all Iran, the south. Okay, he's right here, okay? Bandar al-Abbas. He's probably right here. This is like their nuclear port, their nuclear subport. This is like a dry dock kind of. I've looked into all these ports before on satellite imagery. This is also an in-use dock, but it's not a dry dock. This is a dry dock. This is just an operational commercial port, but it does have some military facilities on the right. Water Under the Fridge says, I want to hear Towel Girlfriend sing Earth Angel. Ah, that's a great request. You got it. Water Under the Fridge. I will let her know immediately. Well, she's not awake, but I'll let her know as soon as she wakes up. Okay, actually, I'll tell her right now. Hold on. Hello, Towel Girlfriend. So you're not going to get this till you're awake. I'm actually live right now. Now listen, we unlocked another playthrough of your wonderful rendition of Summertime Sadness, okay? Because Water Under the Fridge and others helped us meet our super chat goal. Now listen, you are adored. They want you to sing live. They think you are just an angel, and I agree. They said I'm a very lucky man. I consider myself a very lucky man. It's true. I tell you that all the time. I'm a very blessed man. God bless you, Towel Girlfriend. Anyway, I don't mean to immediately move on, but just in the interest of me being live and effectively communicating this to you, Water Under the Fridge has made a request that the next song you sing, if you'd like to, is Earth Angel. Now, it's a 50s or 60s American song. I'm sure you know it. It's very angelic. I think he's trying to say you have an angelic voice. I think you do as well. Anyway, you'll probably get this when you wake up in the morning, and I think you're wonderful. I just wanted to let you know. So hopefully this is a way to start your day with a smile, because you're wonderful, and people think you're a great singer. So I'm thrilled. I think you're a great human in every way. I can't wait for them to meet you. It's going to be great. Anyway, good morning. How are you? Yes, you at Chinatown CJ, you absolutely. Oh, yes. And Chinatown CJ wants to meet us, and she wants to sing with you. So I told her to send me an email at grantsmithellis@gmail.com, and I would forward it to you, and then we can add it to our list of people we're going to visit on our travel vlogs. You already have so many adoring fans because of your beautiful soul and spirit. You're wonderful, Towel Girlfriend. So yes, thank you for allowing me to do that. You know, sometimes I just like to send Towel Girlfriend voice notes while we're on stream. You know, she's great. Okay, so now, unfortunately, that was a great request. Not unfortunately, that was a great request from Water Under the Fridge. God bless you for that, Water Under the Fridge, my dear friend. But I do now have to take us back into news, which is 8 hours ago, the Al-Hwash area near Tyre or Sur in southern Lebanon. Here's the footage. Another Israeli strike. Hello, Melissa. We have no updates as of now. All that the Israeli company has said is thus. For those tuning in for updates, all we have from the Israeli company, they were contacted by a journalist with an Israeli channel. They said it was a pre-planned detonation. When the journalist said, "What about the large fireball?" they just ignored him. So, hello, God Manners. God bless you as well. We have a security incident in Beit Shemesh, which is to the west of Jerusalem and to the southeast of Tel Aviv. There was a large explosion at a factory that is believed to belong to an IDF-controlled rocket propulsion manufacturer. There's no indication from any sources, in fact, as to why that has happened. Now, I'll take you to the latest from Hezbollah, which released footage from an attack dating to May 8th on a base in Neratanya belonging to the IDF. The latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon released earlier today, 8 hours ago, but footage from May 8th, 2026. Mercury Star, that is a great question. Hello, my dear friend. I think there are a lot of troops in the U.S., in the Middle East right now. I don't know what they're doing, and I'm really not sure how this is all going to play out. Latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Oh, thank you so much, JRP, for that star. Those jewels are very, very helpful right now. All of that positive energy during these tense moments. This would not be the first night. We have seen tense moments, though, and I should be clear. There have been multiple times that strange things happened. And we were very much on alert. This is one of the stranger things to have happened during this ceasefire. Oh, thank you, Mercury Star, for those congratulatory wishes. Now, taking you to just 6 hours ago, so about 11:45 a.m. Yes, we don't need to play that again, thank you. There was rocket fire in multiple areas, 5 different cities near Netanya in the north of Israel. 5 different incidents of rocket fire. Okay, now I'll show you, I showed you this footage already from Hezbollah targeting a tank. Here's the latest footage from 7 hours ago out of Ukraine, where a drone operator for Ukraine surveils a Russian ammo depot before picking a target. Let's go! Okay, we don't need that. Ukraine definitely has some intense music with their videos. So here's the Ukrainian drone operator surveilling a Russian ammo depot. He picks which target he's going to hit. He surveils. He's probably talking to his commander. He's looking for a target. It's very intense. There's already been one fire started. He's looking for a target. He's picking. He's looking at the ammo storage. And he decides that's the biggest cache, and he hits it. So they've already hit the storage depot, but they don't know why it's not going up. So he has the drone operator, the commander has a drone operator go in. He picks a target. He has all the time in the world, and then he takes him out. Taking you now to Tehran, where the Iranian people were holding a solidarity gathering with the Jewish community of Iran, who had some of their temples destroyed by U.S. and Israeli strikes earlier today.
A gathering beside Tehran's Rafinia synagogue to console Iran's Jewish community, an old place of worship attacked during the imposed war by the US and the Zionist regime, a place that serves not only as a house of worship, but also as a testament to the long history of peaceful coexistence and harmony among religions in Iran.
As a group of civil activists in Tehran, those responsible for holding this gathering, we have come together to deliver the message of peace, friendship, and deep-rooted coexistence in Iran to the ears of the world.
Although media worldwide constantly speak of peaceful coexistence and peace, this event stands as a clear sign that their sinister goals never remain limited to the slogans they always champion. Targeting this place stems from the hostility of the United States and the Zionist regime toward Iran's culture, identity, and history.
Nothing can drive a wedge between us. We belong to the people of Iran and live beside them. We have always strived to preserve friendship and unity. We have lived with kindness, and with kindness we shall continue to live, for we belong to no one but this land.
An attack on the heart of Jewish identity in Iran. An attempt to destroy Iran's true strength, unity, solidarity and resistance along the path of dignity and freedom.
I hope they learn a lesson from what befell Pharaoh and his followers, that one can never trample upon the truth.
They should have some shame. They should have some shame. This is a religious place, a cultural place, a religious place. It's nothing to do with politics.
Right now I was just giving air to the speeches that were presented here. All of them, like from the Jew community, from the Muslim community, both of them were, seeking peace, and they were talking about how much this war and killings impact the mental health and peace of the people.
Iran, the land of resilient people, diverse in ethnicity and religion, with a culture as deep as human civilization itself. A land where, in every corner, one could feel the warmth of peace, purity and sincerity.
The Rafinia synagogue will no longer be only a place of worship. It will perhaps remain forever
as a symbol of peaceful coexistence and resistance in the path of independence. Moin Amini, Press TV, Tehran.
Well, I don't know what to say. That's very sad. You know, there's only one country in the Middle East that has no Christian churches or Jewish temples, and it's not Iran. Do you know what it is? Take a guess. If you guessed Saudi Arabia, you are right. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the only country in the Middle East with no Christian churches or Jewish temples, the only one, is Saudi Arabia, as far as I know. I think even Oman has one Christian church, as far as I know. I don't know if it has a Jewish temple. Iran has far more than that. Iran has Christian churches too. Now, Iran is kind of a unique country in the Middle East because it's a hybrid, like, democratic theocracy. It's the only country like it in the world. People try to analyze Iran from the lens of other countries, and they can't. You can't. It's a very unique state that was defined by, like, resistance to British colonialism, and then it kind of emerged as, like, a sui generis form of, like, theocratic, democratic representation. Like, it's the best way to explain Iran. This is how I explain it. This is the only way to understand it, I think. In, like, 1890, the British went into Iran, and they imposed, like, an oil deal on the Iranian people. Now, Iran goes way, way, way back to when, like, the Persian tribes of that sort of plateau, like, unified the Iranian people, all right? But Iran in the modern times, its modern history, you could argue, starts with that oil deal. It goes, there's stuff that was happening, obviously, between, you know, like 4000 BC or 2000 BC and, like, 1880 AD. But I don't have time to go into all of that. It's all very fascinating. There's a lot of, like, ambassadors and emissaries that would come from, like, different areas of the world and go see the Persian king. And it was just, there was obviously the Greek battles with the Persians. You should read Thucydides' Chronicles of the Peloponnesian War. I actually had to read that whole thing in undergrad. I'm pretty sure we spent an entire class of my undergraduate education just reading Thucydides' Chronicles of the Peloponnesian War. Anyway, so in, like, 1890 or so, what happens is, like, the British impose this, like, 84-16 or 86-14, whatever it is, percent oil deal. The British go take all the Iranian oil and, like, all the Iranian facilities, and they build their own too, the British. And then they're like, okay, you Iranians have to, like, do all this work. You can keep 14% of your oil. We're going to take the other 86%. Like, this is great. You know, this is great for us. So have a good time. Well, all right. That didn't really work out for the Iranians. They didn't really like that, as you can imagine. So in about 1907, there was this bubbling kind of, like, democratic movement. Now, you got to understand here, there's, like, conservative, like, clerics that run Iran. And we'll talk a little bit about, like, the supreme structure of the supreme leader, but that kind of functions more post-79. We could talk about pre-53, but the point is, just understand that in 1907, the British were worried that this democratic movement in Iran was going to gain popular support, and that this democratic movement was going to create a parliament and use it to revert and renege on the oil deal that the British had imposed unjustly on the Iranians. Well, the Iranian people were like, screw you, British people. You can't tell us not to have a parliament. The quickest way to get people to do something, especially in a sovereign country, is to tell them not to do it. So anyway, they created a parliament, wouldn't you know it? And the Iranian parliament thus started in 1907 and 1908 as a direct reaction to British colonialism in the context of petroleum exports. However, jump forward, we're going to skip, like, 53, and we're going to skip 79. We're going to skip, like, what led up to 53, and then we're going to skip from 53 to 79. It's very important, but it's not as important for our purposes. I'm explaining to you like the hierarchy of the Iranian political structure domestically. So there's a lot of important things that happened between 1908 and 1979 in Iran, but they're not as relevant to what I'm about to explain. They're very relevant, of course, but I need to just give you the 30,000 foot elevation perspective. So Iran has like a theocracy that is there the whole time. Okay, except for when the Shah was there, but even then the theocracy was still there, just not in power. But we don't have time to talk about that. So you got this parliament, or this like representative parliament that's existed since 1907 as like an FU to the British. Okay, then because of that bad oil deal, then in 1979 you have the Islamic Revolution. That brings about the imposition of the supreme leader. Now, the supreme leader, you must think about this, the supreme leader is in charge of something called the Supreme National Council. Now, the Supreme National Council is in charge of the IRGC. Now, the IRGC, which you've heard a lot, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, what is their primary purpose? They're not the state of Iran's Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, or whatever, or otherwise Aerospace Force. They are, in fact, the army of the revolution. They're a permanent, like, subdivision of the supreme leader's authority as reflected through the structure of the Supreme National Council, which he appoints, in turn, like, unilaterally receiving orders through that chain of command via an army, the IRGC Army, a navy, the IRGC Navy, and then an aerospace force, the IRGC Aerospace Force, and probably a bunch of other stuff like the Baji, the paramilitary force for that, the IRGC, and then they like enforce Sharia law and like deal with like spying, and then a bunch of other directorates. Okay, that is one like separate like chain of command. It's a parallel governmental structure. It's the world's only democratic theocracy. The theocracy part of that is controlling. If you were like in a company, think of it like by analogy like a company. Someone, you can't just have 50-50 decision making, or if you two don't agree, no one can make any decisions. So what you normally do is give like, well, even if you own something 50-50, I'm not a lawyer, although I do have a JD. Apparently, I'm a tattle. But this is not legal advice. It's just my opinion. You normally will have like a company where like profits are down the middle, but like decision making is always 51% in like one group or one person. It's the only way to really do it. Okay. Well, in the Iranian constitutional structure, if you can call it a constitutional structure, it's more like a sui generis form, self-generating or autopoietic in the Greek. Sui generis is Latin, autopoietic is Greek. It's a self-generating form of government that never existed before it and hasn't existed anywhere else since. And the structure from the supreme leader, okay, down to the Supreme National Council, down to the IRGC, is not just 51% controlling. It is like 70%, maybe 80%, maybe 90% in charge of the state. Why do I say that? Because there's another body called the Guardian Council. Now, the Guardian Council is not the Supreme National Council. The Guardian Council is separate, but it also it responds and answers directly to the Supreme Leader, who personally appoints 2 of the 3 people on the board. Now, what is the Guardian Council's role in Iran's domestic politics? It screens political candidates. Okay, you cannot run for office. It's not like the United States. You don't go get signatures and you get, like, you're in a party, you get on the ballot, or you're not in a party, you still get signatures, you get on the damn ballot. Nope. In Iran, you have to go before the Guardian Council, which means to be in parliament before you can even run. I'm not talking about winning the election or manipulating it. Before you can run, you must go to the Guardian Council, who has to vet you and give you permission to run. During the 2024 parliamentary elections in Iran, 94.8% of candidates were rejected. Why? Because the parliament is a devolved parliament. It's kind of like England before the War of the Roses, okay? Or the English Civil War, the Cromwell thing. It was a bit of a, it was an incident. Anyway, before then, like other than the Magna Carta, very little restricted the power of the king. In Iran, nothing restricts the power of the supreme leader. Nothing. Barring like violent revolution, nothing restricts the supreme leader's power. He's in charge of the Supreme National Council, who's in charge of the IRGC, who's in charge of their divisions of the army. He's in charge of the political branch of the Iranian government through the Guardian Council, which is the parliament, the speaker of the parliament, the foreign minister, and then the Iranian army. They have a different army for the political branch, okay, of the system. That's Iran's army. Then Iran has a navy. Then Iran probably has an aerospace force, but I haven't looked into it. Those are all separate and distinct, funding-wise, missile capacity-wise, training-wise, from the IRGC. The IRGC is just the army to guard the Iranian Revolution. It exists only to preserve the state. It is not like a traditional army. It exists for one purpose, to defend the revolution. It is more powerful than Iran's army, navy, and aerospace force, but it is still primarily designed to do one thing at the expense of everything else, which is why you cannot win this war. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen anyone try to do. If you actually understand Iran's political system, you cannot overthrow the regime unless you defeat the IRGC. All we've done so far is kill all the people who were holding the IRGC in check because of fear of domestic uprising and military action by the U.S. Now the IRGC is just like, well, we survived the bombing, and by the way, all the people that they killed, we can still function just fine. They left the Iranian army alone, the Americans and the Israelis, thinking that the Iranian army, which is not the IRGC army, could do a coup. Wishful thinking at best. The IRGC is like 1984 on steroids. People who got into this war just did not understand the geopolitical orientation and the nuances. Maybe Israel did, but I don't think they care about reality. They just wanted to do what Benjamin Netanyahu wanted, which was primarily to start a war so he wouldn't be held domestically accountable for cases 8001, 8002, and 8004 related to a number of serious bribery allegations, which can only go forward if there's no ongoing war, by the way. His trial started years ago, and it still hasn't moved forward. It involves his wife, too. Anyway, he probably won't stay. He's only in power right now. He's only in power, Benjamin Netanyahu, because of a ruling by the Israeli Supreme Court that said he can't really face like serious criminal liability while he's in office. But the second the Israeli people vote him out of office, so either when he loses his very fragile plurality, he has a ruling coalition in the Knesset, but it's very small, and it's held up by like a group. He doesn't have a straight majority with his party, which is Likud, I think. He instead has like a weak coalition government. In parliamentary politics, you become prime minister without a straight majority by forming coalitions with other parties that get you enough seats to make a majority. Why do you have to do that? Because you have to survive what's called a no confidence vote. So to survive a no confidence vote, you need 51% of the chamber most of the time. In England, that's how it works. When a government falls in England, what that means is that the the prime minister cannot survive a no confidence vote. Bibi can lose his seat one of two ways. One, he pisses off like the far right, like Gavir's party, and they withdraw their support from the coalition. Or two, and remember, they want way more war than even Bibi wants. They're like crazy people. I don't mean to be derogatory towards them, but they literally, Ben Gvir popped champagne when the Knesset passed a bill about giving the death penalty to Palestinians, causing like half the countries in Europe to threaten to like punish Israel for it. Not to mention Ben Gvir stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem twice in the past week just to rub it in the face of the Palestinians. So that guy is just out of his mind. But anyway, Benjamin Netanyahu can either lose his parliamentary majority or plurality, or there's fall elections in Israel coming up where he will lose. There's no question. There's a change coalition that was formed by Naftali Bennett and what was the other guy there? the other one, who's in the coalition. I forget his name right now, but they're forming a party. It's very likely that the Arab parties in the Knesset are just going to join this. I was listening to a radio interview it was in Hebrew, but it was like 2 weeks ago. And the Arab parties, they have like 15 to 17 seats. If they go along with Naftali Bennett and form a coalition just to get Benjamin Netanyahu out, he won't make it in office past the fall after those elections. No way. They will be able to absolutely get him out. But anyway, that's just Israel's motivation for the war. Getting back to Iran, anyone in the United States who went into this war with Iran without understanding the nuanced form of government that Iran has a number of things. Let me just give it to you straight while I wait to see if any chaos happens, and I pray it does not, but I have a very bad feeling about a lot of things right now, especially the chat on social media, which is really driving my concern. Number one, at best, the most Iran's capabilities were ever degraded was 30 to 40%. At best, maybe. Do you understand what Iran has? Let me just make it clear. I'm sure you do understand if you watch this stream. Iran has missiles facilities. They're like underground missile facilities. The deepest, so bunker busting bombs are what you would use like MOABs. And we've seen the US drop them. If you want, they're like the biggest non-nuclear bombs in the world. And in fact, they're more effective for this purpose than a nuclear bomb, because a nuclear bomb most of the time is an airburst. And what you need a bunker buster bomb to do is like hit at ground level and then compress an explosion downward into the earth to collapse tunnels and caverns and bunkers. Now, the highest, most powerful bunker buster bomb in the world is called a MOAB. The highest ever impact damage that's been recorded from a MOAB into different types of rock are as follows. I think 90 meters, 60 meters to 90 meters in soft rock, more intense medium rock, maybe 45 meters, 30 meters. Granite, 10 meters, maybe 15 meters. Okay, that's why a lot of bunkers are built under granite. You cannot penetrate. Some of these missile cities are 90 meters under granite, some of them 500 meters under granite. There is no bomb in the entire world anywhere in production by anyone that can penetrate 90 meters of granite, not to mention 500 meters of granite. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. In turn, what the U.S. and Israel do when they bomb these missile cities is they try to bomb the tunnels. The missile cities work based on a series of airlocks. Think like locks in a river, all right? The missile goes up, the lock closes, the airlock closes, the missile goes to the next section, the airlock closes, the missile then turns, goes up an air shaft, and then goes to the surface. Though each of those portions is airlocked. You blow up the tunnel leading into the underground facility, or the air shafts for they're going to be miles away, but you find the air shafts, the food distribution, you hit those. The best outcome you can hope for is that you suffocate those people in there, as morbid as that is. You might suffocate however many people were in the tunnels at the time, not the city, not the missile city, the launch tunnels. It's a different apparatus than the actual city. It's kind of walled off. You have the production facility, and then you have the launch tunnels. The launch tunnels are what they need to destroy. They can't. All they can do is hit the air shafts and maybe some of the entrance tunnels. Okay, you know what happens? The worst comes to worst. They're going to re-dig out that air shaft, re-staff it, and then they're going to re-dig out the firing tunnels, and they're going to keep firing. In fact, I've seen footage from Isfahan where Israel and the U.S. bombed the Isfahan missile launch facilities in the June 2025 war, and then 10 minutes later, missiles were flying up out of those same tunnels. Because you cannot destroy underground missile cities by just attacking the targets on the outside of the facility. They're built for that. So whoever attacked Iran from the U.S. was sold a bill of goods. They were sold a war they could never win. They were sold objectives that were impossible. And they acted, in my opinion, whoever made all these decisions, either with reckless and wanton disregard for the geopolitical orientation domestically in Iran, and frankly, internationally at the same time, in the region itself. they miscalculated it or misunderstood it or misunderestimated it, to use a George Bushism, so bad that it has fundamentally destroyed American prestige. And but for the grace of God, I don't know if we can actually come back from this one, because countries sense blood in the water, and you don't want that. You don't want that at all. We're seen as weak. We're seen as rudderless. We're seen as aimless. We're seen as embarrassing. We're seen as the type of person like you humor to their face and laugh at behind their back. And I won't stand for it. That's why I'm running for president. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I guess I just go, you know how I did it? I was in a cafe the other day, actually, with Standing Stones. Remember Standing Stones? I walked over to two women. I said, I'm running for president. And then, they were like Northeast liberals. They were very, I was from the town, so I was chatting them up. They were like, good for you, you should do it. And then I was like, I'm running as a Republican, though. Oh, they were very suspect. And I was like, no, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be, like a Teddy Roosevelt-style Republican. And they kind of looked at me, and I was like, I'm sorry. It just is what it is. And they were like, okay, we'll consider it. Like, Standing Stones was there. I have a witness to this interaction. But anyway, my point is I will not stand for it. The level of knowledge required to make complex geopolitical decisions has just completely evaporated. It has been obviated from the American domestic political leadership. I won't stand for it. My country's being humiliated. First of all, this is creating an absolute mockery, a travesty, a sham, and a mockery all at once, not only of American military prestige, which is very important and sacred, frankly, in a lot of ways, but also to American soft power, which is even more important for the stability of the international world order. What do we get in the absence of stability? We could see Taiwan fall. I'd rather see China be given back to Taiwan than Taiwan fall to China. We're not placating the damn commies. How did we fall so far as a country that we go over there and we pretend like it's important that we be nice to the commies? This isn't a Richard Nixon in China moment. This is the decline of the American empire manifest, and the commies of all people laughing at us. There was a time when we wouldn't let the commies in the war room without a thorough pat down. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, there's a serious problem. Sorry, that was an American address there. I needed to talk to my fellow Americans. My fellow Americans, I have spoken to you from this office, etc., etc., etc. Hashtag vote Tao. Anyway, my point is, if anyone understood the geopolitical orientation of Iran domestically, or frankly the international geopolitical orientation on February 28, 2026, no one would ever have started this war. This is crazy. You were never going to overthrow the Iranian regime. You were never going to stop the IRGC. And frankly, I'm not even sure some people in the American administration understand what a Khorram Sharr is, or how many missiles people have. Now, listen, I'm going to start getting really mad about this. Do you want to know why? Because I actually studied the missiles that were being fired. Iran fired a bunch of Khorram Sharrs. Every single one that they fired got to within 7 kilometers of Tel Aviv, opened right up, and rained hell down on the people in those cities. Do you know what a Khorram Sharr bomblet does when it hits something that's not concrete? Do you know what percentage of Tel Aviv is not concrete? It's a lot. The sewage systems were being hit by the end. Now, let me explain something else. That is not Iran's main missile. Those are kind of what I would call the terror missiles. Those are the missiles you fire when you want to keep the people in Tel Aviv awake for 36 days in a row, because they can never sleep more than 2 hours without having to go into their bomb shelters, because no one knows where the bomblets are going to fall. They don't control them. In fact, Iran hit a makeup parlor in the occupied Palestinian territories and killed 3 Palestinian women with one of those bomblets. And I saw the primary source footage. Don't tell me it didn't happen. So anyway, those are psychological terror weapons. You want to know what's a weapon? Iran's hypersonic missiles. The fastest plane in the U.S. arsenal is an F-22 Raptor. It travels at Mach 2.5. That's about 1,500 kilometers per hour, maybe 1,500 miles an hour. Either way, the point is Mach 2.5. Iran has what are called hypersonic ballistic missiles. Now, the Khorram-Sharr is hypersonic. It travels Mach 8 in the atmosphere. That's really freaking fast. You know what's faster? A warhead, a missile with a warhead between 500 kilograms and, let's say, 5,000 kilograms, okay, that's 1,000 to 10,000 pounds, traveling at Mach 13 to Mach 15 exothermically, that means out of the atmosphere, and then capable of dive bombing to its target at Mach 8 in the atmosphere, and then impacting solid ground between a bunch of apartment buildings like what happened in Ahad, with a warhead of only, and I say only because 565 kilograms, traveling at Mach 8 and crashing into hard ground is not only anything. But if you do that, if you put a 565 kilogram warhead on a missile traveling Mach 8 and crash it into hard ground, you know what it'll do? It'll destroy probably 10 buildings in the city of Ahad, which is near the Negev desert, which is exactly what happened the one time Iran launched 1/10 of its capabilities in terms of hitting civilian targets with ballistic missiles that travel very fast with large warheads. Iran, so that 465 kilogram warhead, or 565, that is about 1,000 pounds, okay? Iran has warheads that are 5,000 kilograms, that is 10,000 pounds, and they travel at Mach 8. It could kill thousands of people at once. And the fact that the U.S. administration walks around telling the world that Iran has no missiles left, they don't have an army, it's nonsense. It's fake, it's not real, and it certainly doesn't reflect the devastating capabilities that Iran has and will use on infrastructure targets, civilian populations, and otherwise if you try to bomb them back to the negotiation table. This is absurd. Hashtag vote towel. So yeah, I had to rant a little bit there. 7:09 p.m. The world is on edge. Towel is concerned. It's Saturday, May 16, 2026. It's 1:09 a.m. in South Africa, Sunday, May 17, 2026. It's 2:09. It's coming towards the witching hour in Tel Aviv, Israel. It's 2:39 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. Hashtag Tau for President. Yeah, I'm going to write a book and call it Profiles in Towel Courage. It's going to be great. Listen, if we get through the 3 o'clock hour tonight, it will be a miracle. All right, taking you now to the scenes from the courtyard area in South Lebanon, which was hit with a strike 6 hours ago. Now I'm going to show you the aftermath of just one of the bombardments in Deir Kunan al-Nar in southern Lebanon earlier today.
Muhammad.
It's horrifying.
Muhammad.
Yeah, there's no such thing as former intelligence community. FBI, CIA, DIA, whatever. All those dudes. It's like a fraternity. And girls. And that's why whenever I see like former, it's really easy to spot who does private intel work and is sheep dipped. Do you all know what sheep dipping is? It's an agricultural term. It actually has multiple uses. In agriculture, it's like how you clean sheep. You dip them in like a like a bath-like thing. You like mass dip them. It's kind of drop. I'll wait till we're back. Hold on. I'm back. Am I back? We're back. We're back. Well, that was a little weird, wasn't it? We're back. Hello. I'm a Tao. How are you? So, you know, that was a little weird. Do you know what sheep dipping is? Sheep dipping is when you take sheep and you put them in a bath to remove various, contamination. Now, in the electronic world, sheep dipping is where you plug a USB drive into a virtual machine and run it in an environment where it can't infect the main operating system. Now, sheep dipping in the intelligence world is where you take a let's say, military officer or a federal, like, intelligence community member, and you put them in a civilian firm while still secretly on the payroll, and then you say, no, they're just a lawyer out there in the world working to pressure criminal defendants to plead guilty. They're not a government agent that's been sheep-dipped. Or, no, they're just a, like, famous, like, former agent that comments on high-profile criminal cases where there's a need to ensure criminal defendants don't get too loud or cause too much of an issue. You know what I'm saying? That's absolutely random. They're not sheep-dipped, such as to, facilitate the goals of various agencies and operatives within that community. No, absolutely not. And yeah, in that regard, going back to the point, once you're in the IC, you're always in the IC. So make those decisions very, very intensely. Do not make them lightly. You're committing yourself for life. You don't just get to go back to civilian life. Even the people who claim they're in civilian life, you think those dudes that just pop up on all the social media channels, toeing the party line and happen to be former agency people doing modified limited hangouts that Richard Nixon, John Dean, Ehrlichman, and Haldeman would scoff at are legitimate? Absolutely not. Anyway, so, yeah, hello, Kingsley. It's so good to see you. God bless you. So, yeah, I think my point with that is, it's very obvious in a lot of ways when that type of thing happens. I forget why I got onto the topic of sheep dipping. I think I was just kind of responding to something, in the comments. But anyway, so sheep dipping is the kind of thing that you might see a lot in what's called the private intelligence world. But as we all know, there's no such thing as private intelligence. It's just a bunch of sheep-dipped government agents, assets, and informers attempting to undermine my damn justice system by hiding in plain sight, pretending to be trolls, and... Oh, I'm going to get really mad. I'm not going to go down this road. I'm not going down this road. I'm going to get really mad. This has nothing to do with the war. It's just me ranting about private intelligence. I get so mad. Damn sheep-dipped private intelligence operatives. They think they're so smart. They're not that smart. Please, they have so many meetings, I bet, where they're just like, what do we do? You know the answer? Stop undermining my damn government. Did you ever think maybe if we weren't evil and didn't do bad things for money, we wouldn't have to sit around dealing with the fact that there's oversight of our malfeasance? Why don't any of these people think rationally they must worship Baal or something along those lines? It's completely nonsensical. I'm gonna get them.
أطراف بلدة العباسية.
You're probably right, Chinatown. This was another raid, this time in the area of Al-Abbasiyah town in southern Lebanon just 6 hours ago.
غارة عنيفة هلا أطراف بلدة العباسية.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Not just that, there are good cops out there, trust me. There's good law enforcement, I believe that. There's good people in the intelligence community. There's good people in the military. By the same token, I know about their secret groups. Damn Baal worship, damn owl worship, checkerboards. I know about it all. Trying to take over my country. As I've said before, if you worship Baal and you are in the United States, you should leave, because we have all the files, all of us, they're public. There's probably more coming. Congress is onto it. Listen, there's 400 million of us. You might get some of us. You can't get all of us. If you worship Baal, leave the United States. We don't want you here. Demon worshippers, I can say that openly. It doesn't apply to any color, creed, or otherwise. If you worship Baal, leave. We know about your secret gatherings. We know about your weird Baal worship and calling it an owl and all, and you're going back to Canaan and your esoteric and exoteric and your society for creative, whatever it's called. We know about it all. Not just me. I called the Congress. A lot of people know. Damn Baal worshippers. They took over my country. I'm really mad about it. Sorry, at this point, I'm just concerned for where things are going. It's good to spend some time with you all, though. I have missed you, and I'm sure you've missed my rants. Taking you to 6 hours ago now, where there was more drone and rocket fire towards the north of Israel, although things have gone quiet. Oh yes, there's a lot of owls and pentagrams and whatnot. There's a lot of, there's this, I hate the paternalism of it all. There's this kind of belief, I think, among the upper class in the United States, which is an aristocracy, even though they think calling themselves that will lead to a revolution again. But anyway, there is an aristocracy, and they think of themselves in a lot of ways, I think, as like better than other people. So they really try to like hide their like what's called esoteric knowledge in plain sight. Now, the distinction between esoteric and exoteric knowledge is basically esoteric knowledge is the stuff you tell people about things when they are initiated. So all of knowledge is just out there. If you think about it, during your life, you can just go read about whatever the hell you want. You have to do it at a library before now, but you can do it on the internet. If you fill your brain with just TV and random stuff, you're probably not going to be thinking too much about that. The history of the world, whatever. So you can go through a whole life, well spent, frankly, happy as a clam, without really knowing too much about esoteric and exoteric, like historical imagery. Right? It's not really something you need to know about. It works this way on purpose. As a result, they develop these groups, these aristocrats in particular, develop these themes. They're kind of like artistic themes, but if instead of writing a novel, you were just trying to write history, like make the world bend to your will. And a lot of it stems to this like pre-Abrahamic belief that the self is God. They have this very skewed, like very evil, like version of like spirituality that says like Aleister Crowley summarized it via OTO and like the Hellfire Club as do what thou will. That's probably the like best quote unquote way to describe their philosophy, because it's not that they believe that humans are God, it's that they believe because there's nothing outside the human to check and balance our spiritual development, you should just do whatever you want. They're like the ultimate nihilists. But they also believe in this weird like ritualistic enchantment. They believe you have to write down what you want to have happen. And then you have to like kind of like sacrifice, and then like you'll get what you want from like an evil god called Baal, Beelzebub. There's all these names. This is a legitimate quote unquote belief system that goes back way before Judaism, way before Christianity, way before Islam. It goes literally back to like Babylon and Canaan, when there were like very early civilizations. All right, they were very small. The people who worship Baal, it's a serious problem. It's kind of penetrated through the ages, okay? They were known for like worshiping like an owl or like a demon, sacrificing children to the demon, like hurting children, like basically like enslaving people. And then in return, a small group would get like the favor of like these demonic gods. Is that what it really was? I don't know. I have no idea. Woe would it be unto me to tell you whether demons were a thing, are a thing. They probably are. I don't know. I'm not an expert in demons. But anyway, my point is they really believed in it, all right? And so it's like a very ancient tradition. When the Abrahamic religions came along, you can read the Torah if you don't believe me, or the Bible, or the Holy Quran. All of these holy texts talk about similar things. Like there's this evil group. The Torah calls them Canaanites and calls them out and basically says like these people are very dangerous. They like sacrifice children. They worship like Moloch or Baal, and they're very bad. The Bible, same thing. Jesus is constantly like calling them out. Like these people are really bad. They lived in like a geographic region of what is now Jerusalem. It was called the Levant back then. Well, the Levant is actually between the Tigris and the Euphrates River, which is mostly Iraq. But the point is, Canaan was just a city-state, all right? They were hated at the time of Jesus, even before Jesus. These people were loathed. And all they did when the rise of like Christianity and Abrahamic religions really took a hold, all they did was realize like those religions were a mass movement to like overthrow them. Like these like child sacrificing, like demon worshipping, terrible people in Canaan. Historically accurate description, by the way. And I think what they did was they just took over the religions. The religions were authentic when they began. Christianity, Judaism, Islam. But the fracturing in Islam is a testament to what I'm about to say. The usurpation of Judaism, I think political Judaism in particular, is very obvious. And the usurpation of the Catholic Church and the Christian religion, we don't even have to talk about. I think Cremain Solicitationes, the promulgation, the papal bull from 1962, tells us all we need to know. That was where Canon 904 was overturned. Prior to 1962, violations of the Sacrament of Penance had to be reported to local civil authorities. After 62, you had to report it to the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith. You didn't have to report it to the cops. In fact, you couldn't. It was a secret promulgation in 62 to all the bishops in the world. Anyway, the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith was headed in the 80s by, wouldn't you know it, Papa Ratzinger, who went on to become Pope Benedict XI. That's why he had to resign. They were going to get him on crimes against humanity, but he negotiated a resignation. Anyway, he moved all the pedophile priests. He was a very bad man. Yeah, he was Papa Ratzinger back in the 80s in Germany. Single-handedly saw every single priest for like 9 years that came across his desk and approved moving all of them. But anyway, it's pretty obvious like how these different institutions got usurped, but they couldn't help these like Canaanites, in my opinion, but rub it in our face. So like the Epstein Khashoggi group, like they're an example. Like they like to do bad things, use Gmail, like know they got friends, can get away with it, never expect accountability, and then they love to rub it in the face of like the plebs, as the Romans would call them, like just the regular people. They love to be like, like look at this like music video with like a little tip off to what we're doing. Look at this like symbol, like look at the way we refer to this thing or that thing. That is what's called the exoteric form of esoteric knowledge. So esoteric knowledge is like oral tradition, sometimes written, passed down through the ages, but kept and reserved for like a specific group of people. Exoteric knowledge is how you encode those lessons for the external sort of like polity to placate them, so that they don't realize what you're up to. That's basically how this works. And don't think this is an abstraction. Bohemian Grove, the Sahara Camp, Doghouse Camp, look at the membership rolls. It's every powerful political person you can imagine. Look at the Epstein flight logs. Look at the like brothels Maxwell was setting up. Look at the drug trafficking. Look at how it was enabled by the IC and the cops and the federal cops. Almost everyone was in on it, and some of the attorneys. Look at it. You'll find it. It was a spider weaving webs throughout all of American society. And ironically, the logo, the phrase above the Bohemian Grove entrance is "Weaving spiders come not here." Ostensibly, exoterically, it means don't discuss politics. But what it really means is we're too good for that. Don't treat us like plebs. When you're here, you're men, it's men only, who are on equal footing. Don't BS each other. Treat each other with mutual respect. Don't like play games on each other. Because in reality, the normal state of affairs is manipulating the plebs via exoteric knowledge to insulate esoteric knowledge and control structures from democratic accountability. How about them apples? I know, right? Oh, by the way, this will all be on the final. Oh, thank you so much, Cold M6791. It was a great day for City. Welcome to the channel. So this will all be on the final. TA Sarah will administer the final. You're all going to be quizzed on everything we just covered, plus more. All right? The final will consist of 120 multiple choice questions. All right? You have 3 hours. All right, but that's not all. That's just part one. Then you need to write a minimum 5,000 word essay, not maximum, minimum, okay? Then you need to do 3 1,000 word minimum short answer responses. You have 3 hours for all of that. So you have 3 hours to do all of it. How you divide your time is up to you. I would recommend probably getting through the multiple choice in like 30 minutes. So you need to do like 4 questions a minute. So you need to read the question and get an answer and fill it in within 15 seconds for every question, and you cannot take breaks. That should give you enough time if you type like 120 words a minute to do the 5,000 word essay. And then if you type like 80 words per minute during the short answer, you can do 1,000 word short answers. You can do that all in 3 hours. Excellent. Hello, Janai, my dear friend. It's so good to see you. Yes, extra time will be considered. Yes, Chinatown CJ, you absolutely can. Oh, Kingsley, I don't even think Harvard administers an exam that's that hard. I don't know anyone in the world anywhere that would make students answer 120 multiple choice questions and write a minimum 5,000 word answer and 3 1,000 word answers minimum in 3 hours. That's literally humanly impossible. I could probably do it, but I think a few other people could, but that's just, first of all, the students would just be crying. If you told them they had 180 minutes to do that, I'm pretty sure they would all go to the dean and be like, we are not doing that. I would go to the dean and be like, bro, I'm all about it. Let's do it. Push me to my absolute limit. Oh, Janai, God bless you, my friend. Including citations? Sure, Kingsley, we can include the citations. Mishigama's like, Mishigama, I'll grant your extra time request. You can have double time. So you can have 6 hours. That should give you enough time. But yeah, let's just say if I would have to be mediated heavily by the students and the dean if I taught, because I would just be like, no. You have to know everything, and you have to repeat it to me in a very intense period of time. But yeah, if you're wondering what law school finals are like, by the way, it's like that, but way truncated. They would never do that to you. That would be torture. A law school final is, most of them are closed book. So you need to know 80 cases. Now, it is okay. If you want to cite Erie Railroad or something, or if you want to cite what's a good one? Gideon, or if you want to cite just random cases that might come up. You can be oh, it's the case about when the officer looked through the door that had half of the glass gone at the top. If you want to cite the plain sight exception to the warrant requirement of the Fourth Amendment and you don't remember the name for that case, you can just kind of summarize and the professor will most likely let you get away with it. If you know the case, you don't have to know the name. But you need to know for each class, by the way, and you take 5 classes a semester, you need to probably know 180 cases for every single course. So simultaneously, at any given time, you need to, for finals week, have 580 cases in your brain. Now, once you normally what I would do is finals week is really hard in law school. You have 2 days at best between your finals. So you have to use the 4 study days very efficiently. You gotta literally map out how you're gonna take your finals. You gotta be all right, I got Civ Pro on Monday, then I got contracts Wednesday, and then I got property Friday, then I get a little break, and then Monday I gotta do, torts, and then Wednesday I wrap up with whatever the hell it is. All right, and then you probably got a paper on top of that for legal reading, legal research, and whatever it is. So anyway, you have to say to yourself, okay, I can do during the study days prep for I can prep for 3 days for the first exam. And then on that last day, I'll rest a little bit and start prepping for my second exam. Then on Monday, I'm going to take that Civ Pro exam from 9 to 12. a.m. Now that exam is really hard. CivPro is really hard. It's very difficult. But that'll be like writing for 3 hours. And you need to know like 80 cases for the CivPro exam, probably more or less 80, maybe 100, 120, somewhere around there. You have to be able to go into that exam, answer like complex questions about like pendant party and pendant subject matter jurisdiction and like Rule 12b-6 and Rule 9a and all this other crazy stuff. And then immediately you might get like an hour or two off from like noon until 2 to eat lunch. You have to start studying for the exam that you're going to have on Wednesday, which is a set of 80 new cases. Maybe if you get lucky, 5 or 10 of the property or contract cases overlap with the CivPro or vice versa, etc. Then you like start studying at like 2 p.m. on a Monday for the exam on Wednesday. You study from like 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. You rest that night, and then Tuesday you got to have an exam Wednesday, so you don't want to go too hard, but you got to keep studying because you have that exam Wednesday. So then you get to Wednesday. If you're lucky, the exam is from 2 to 5 p.m. It's probably going to be from 9 a.m. to 12. You sit there, close note, dump out all those 120 cases. Then you immediately get ready for contracts, repeat the cycle. You can't even take the weekend off because you have to get ready for the torts exam or whatever it is on Monday, which is probably the hardest one. And you're going to have a hardest exam, which is probably going to be in the middle of the week. Then you got to dump those cases out. Then you got to get to the 5th exam. By the time you get to that 5th exam, you're just like, I feel like I have been through a boxing match. Then you got to do that 6 times. It's the worst thing you can imagine. It's worth it. Like, they make you earn it. You learn a lot. But yeah, it'll change you as a person to go through law school. Yeah, and all of it's, the point of it all is to prepare you for the bar. So if you can do all of that, everything I just said, if you can do all of that, just at any given moment, off the top of your dome, every class, every case from every class and every precedent, all like neatly divided up into little trees, you can do the bar. I mean, that's my opinion. But yeah, that you just have to have a comprehensive knowledge about every subject matter and every area of law, and you got to know all the precedent, dating ideally back to like Marbury v. Madison, but you really got to also know the Judiciary Act of 1789, because quite frankly, how can you understand Marbury v. Madison if you don't understand the Judiciary Act of 1789? Well, Island Girl, it's not so much about taking the bar. It's whether I want to subject myself to disciplinary oversight by the board. I want to get into politics. When you oversee government, there's a lot of like proxy retaliation. So I don't necessarily like want to subject myself to that. I want to be the president of the United States. I think that's how I can help. Gen I's like, oh, child's play. Try play taxonomy. Oh, I agree. There are definitely fields that are way more difficult than law. Law is very niche in how you have to study it, but yeah, like medicine or plants too, for sure, or veterinary medicine, anything that involves like a living thing, including plants. Oh yeah, that's I have so much respect for the people who study that. Bro, I'm not studying, just personally, I am not studying like someone's body and then like having to apply that knowledge and then getting it wrong. I mean, I struggle enough when, like, me looking at case law, I'm like, oh God, you know, what about like this? No, you want me to do it in real time with like an animal's life on the line or a human's life or a plant's life? Nope. I'll leave that to the doctors and the plantologists. Water under the fridge. You have a wonderful night, my friend. We got to basically 3 a.m. in Israel, and it did not pop off. Does that mean we'll get through the night? No. But thank you for everything, Water Under the Fridge. You are wonderful in every single way. We made it. We basically made it. We have 30 minutes to go. I don't think we're going to get through tomorrow, frankly, without something going catastrophically wrong. We're going to continue with our updates, so I just wanted to say goodbye to Water Under the Fridge. Allow me to continue. So the latest I have for you is the attacks continued to target the south of Lebanon 6 hours ago. As you can see, these raids are all different. Every single video that I'm showing you is a different raid.
صباح 11 مش هيك؟ هيا ضربة هون حدنا بلزقنا الضربة. لا لا مش البناية مش البناية شباب حدا اشبش ايه هيا ضربة هون حدنا بلزقنا الضربة لا مش البناية مش البناية.
So apparently the mysterious explosion that occurred, for those of you who are wondering about that update, occurred at a test engine facility inside the highly secretive Israeli Sidot Micha base. A similar explosion took place at the same facility in 2021 during a rocket engine test. Make of that what you will. Very interesting. I'm showing you the scenes from southern Lebanon. Even if we spent hours, I could not show you them all. I want to remind you, every one of these is a different raid. You are looking at extensive destruction. There were hundreds of raids in southern Lebanon today. Hundreds. It's heartbreaking to watch, frankly. You are seeing different raids every single video. There were hundreds of raids in Lebanon today. Regarding that new administration of the Strait of Hormuz, let's take a listen to this report.
Yeah, senior Iranian lawmaker says Tehran has prepared a new mechanism to regulate maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, with details expected out soon. Chairman of the National Security and Foreign Policy Committee of Iran's parliament said plan is being developed within the framework of Iran's national sovereignty over the strait. Ibrahim Azizi added that the mechanism is also aimed at protecting international trade security. He said the mechanism will manage shipping traffic through a designated route in the waterway, and noted that only commercial vessels and parties cooperating with Iran will benefit from this arrangement, while fees will be collected for specialized maritime services provided under the system. As the underlying, the route will remain closed to operators involved in Washington's so-called Freedom Project.
Interesting. We'll see how that proposal for the Strait of Hormuz continues to develop. Now let's take a look at Hezbollah firing rockets at Israeli military positions earlier today, 5 hours ago, in southern Lebanon. These are Hezbollah attacks on Israeli positions. Hezbollah attacks on Israeli positions in southern Lebanon. I showed you that APC attack by Hezbollah earlier. Scenes from the IDF released earlier showing their attacks on Hezbollah positions. Hello, George Washington the 7th. It is so good to see you. Continue fighting the good fight. God bless you. I showed you the update from southern Lebanon with English captions. Here was a further raid targeting Al Jamaa Square 6 hours ago in Al Abbasiyah.
هون مركزنا والغارة هون يا شباب ماشي. في حدا هون؟
Hundreds of raids today in southern Lebanon. Now, here was an Iron Dome interceptor 5 hours ago, attempting to intercept a Hezbollah rocket heading towards northern Israel. bringing back uncanny and eerie memories. There was artillery shelling in the Darab rest area near Mevdud today. This is the Darb rest area near Mevdud, where there was artillery shelling today. This was one of, now that I think about it, this is the most updates I've had to do in a single day since the start of the war. Israeli tanks, for their part, were advancing. Israeli tanks 4 hours ago, according to Al Arabia, were advancing through the south of Lebanon.
في سوريا أفاد مراسل تلفزيون العربي بتوغل دورية للاحتلال الإسرائيلي مؤلفة من 5 سيارات باتجاه بلدة جبات الخشب سلكت طريق قرية أوفاينا بريف القنيطرة.
Those are Israeli tanks advancing through the south of Lebanon.
وتوغلت 3 دبابات إسرائيلية من بوابة تل الجلع باتجاه ثكنة الدرعيات في ريف القنيطرة الجنوبية.
Did they have footage of that tank firing?
وتوغلت 3.
First of all, it comes from SANA news service, but why is someone there with a camera? That does not seem like a very safe place
دبابات
to be.
إسرائيلية من بوابة تل الجلع.
That tank almost certainly, yes, indeed, that tank just fired. I can see the smoke from the gun barrel. That tank, well, it's not a gun barrel, it's an artillery barrel. That tank fired. Hello, Hashim Karim, my friend. God bless you. It's so good to see you. I have missed you, my friend. I graduated from law school on Friday. I hope your father and you and your family has been well, dear brother. I know, Hashim, we've had a lot of activity today, more so than any other day during the ceasefire. Oh, thank you, dear friend. Oh, God bless. Oh, look at that Cheers cup above my head. Oh, goodness, thank you, Calvin. That was so cool. The thing popped up above my head. That was great. Oh, God bless you, Calvin. Thank you so much for your support. And Hashim, I'm so glad to see you. I'm so glad I got to do the stream tonight. Yes, but pulling us back after saying thank you very much to you wonderful Tao humans. I really liked that Cheers Jules gift. Thank you so much for that. Calvin Woodruff, that was wonderful, and I love that the Cheers cup danced above my head. It made me exceptionally exuberant. But yes, getting us back to the update. Hello, Mike. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for taking a look at the pics on X of the Tao graduation. Updating you today, there was a ferocious, regarding today, pace of activity in southern Lebanon, where Israel launched over 100 bombing raids. I've done my best to document as many of them as I can, and I will continue to do so. You're now looking at tank fire and movement as well, just 4 to 5 hours ago in southern Lebanon, Israeli tank movement, to begin. To be specific.
الجلع باتجاه ثكنة الدرعيات في ريف القنيطرة الجنوبي جنوبي سوريا. وكانت دورية قد سبقت ذلك بالتوغل إلى قرية صيد الحانوت حيث فتشت منزلا قبل أن تنسحب.
So that's a camera person who just threw themselves into the middle of a very dangerous situation. Here's the latest footage from Hezbollah targeting a Humvee in the south of Lebanon. This is released today, but from May the 12th, 4 days ago. Do tanks use petrol? That's a good question. I believe they use oil. Do tanks run on petrol? I think they do. They might run on diesel. Let's get the answer here. They run on JP8. Naval fuel is JP5, and it has a higher flash point and is a little more resistant to setting the ship or plane on fire. Both are basically kerosene. The tanks and ground vehicles will also run just fine on diesel. Petrol, or MOGAS, is for some of the drones. Oh, okay. The tanks will also run just fine on diesel, period. Petrol, or MOGAS, is for some of the drones, the lawnmowers and weed whackers, some of the older stuff that SpecWar operates, and sometimes the CO sedan. So, yeah, it seems like modern tanks run on JP8, but they could also run on diesel if they needed to. Thank you for your wonderful question, Hashim Karim, my dear friend. Jason, thank you very much for your question. The best information I have for you at this time is that there has been no information released because it was at a defense contractor. However, open source intel chatter on social media indicates that the location of the explosion is the exact same location where in 2021 a rocket test or some kind of test went wrong, causing a similar explosion. Is that confirmation that it is the same reason that the explosion occurred tonight? No, but it may be an indication that this site is very secretive, used for rocket testing purposes, and that the source of the explosion in Beit Shemesh, to the west of Jerusalem and the southeast of Tel Aviv, was related to a malfunction in some kind of very secret rocket test that was occurring by Israel. Well, you can see exactly what the Hezbollah drone found, and it's not occupied at the time, but how it impacted. So these drones from Hezbollah are flying unimpeded, for the most part, to their targets. It's very concerning from an analytical perspective. So that was the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. That's true, Chinatown. That is exactly why I think that children were trained on video games over the past 20 years. It was actually funded. It was like subsidized military funding. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Here's the latest pictures, by the way, from the Ukrainian drone invasion into Russia earlier. Multiple Ukrainian drone waves heading deep into Russian territory. You can see the drones heading north towards the capital of Moscow, and then south into occupied Crimea, and south towards other areas of Russia. I took you to that update. Here is the latest from the impact of Israeli shelling on Al Abbasiyah in Tyre. Okay. This is 3 hours ago in Tyre. This has been one of the worst nights of shelling, I think, in southern Lebanon. I think the morning is going to be very bad in southern Lebanon. I'm not sure why neither Hezbollah nor Iran responded to this, but this is since the first day of the ceasefire, when Israel dropped 100 bombs in 10 minutes on Lebanon. These scenes I'm seeing are some of the worst of the ceasefire by far. These are devastating images, and it's not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 or 20 or 50. It's hundreds.
شباب علي قال علي دكتور حبيب خليه يخفوا شوي صغير الشباب خفوا شوي خليه يخفوا شوي صغيره علي خليني يخفوا الشباب الله بعينك بيي خلي فريق العمل اللي بده يشتغل معك اذا فيش شغل شيء واذا في شيء للصبح اذا انا برايي للصبح خلي للصبح يا علي اذا فيناش نعمل شيء للصبح ها ايه الله بعينك خلينا لانه بعد الامور حايمه. يلا بي يلا حبيبي يلا يلا يوسف قدامه شرائط كهرباء فيهم كهرباء ها.
Just one of the hundreds of images coming out of South Lebanon. And the morning, mind you, the morning has not happened. A lot of these raids happened overnight. There was a drone 4 hours ago that was downed in the Suleimania region of Iraq, for those who are tuning in. It is hard to shoot heavy artillery indeed. Taking you now to Germany, where police started pepper spraying Palestinian activists or demonstrators who were observing the day of the Nakba, where the Palestinians in 1948 were driven out of Israel forcibly, or their area of Palestine, as they would refer to it. And look at the German police just pepper spraying the protesters. Well, the German people tried to stand with Palestine. I agree. I just can't believe I can't believe the police resorted to using pepper spray on demonstrators. It's a very bad look right now. If you need to control them, there are much better ways to do it than pepper spraying like our group of people marching. It just looks bad. Even if things get out of control, unless they're throwing things at you, you can't be doing that. I agree, Hashim Karim. I agree, my friend, 100%. Showing you the update from the red alerts. I went through most of them with you today. The red alerts in Israel on that day is now closed. It's Sunday. But on the Saturday, the 16th, there were 15 alerts, 6 rocket alerts, 9 drone alerts across 2 regions. There were 12 unique areas with sirens. The northern Golan, and then at the Majdal Shams, and then at the confrontation line, 2 in Shomi, 1 in the Seda Moran school, 1 in Metula, 1 in Malat, Industrial Zone North, 1 in Mastuba, 2 in Bet Zet, 1 in Mishgav Am, 1 in Rosh HaNikra, 1 in Bet Zet Beach, 1 in Lebanon, and 2 in Hanita. That's the summary of alerts. Taking you now to this announcement from the IDF. Captain Mazad Israel Rakanti, 24, Captain Mazad from Itamar, a platoon commander in the 12th Battalion Golani Brigade, fell during combat in southern Lebanon on Saturday the 16th. LTC Ariella Mazur says, I send my deepest condolences to his family and loved ones. May his memory be a blessing. So this soldier from Israel was killed in combat earlier today in South Lebanon. Here's the analysis from Ali Hashim, which I think is very important to listen to. So, British reporter Tal, would you be so kind to read through Ali? Oh, actually, let's just listen to Ali's piece and I'll comment on it. Ali Hashim has released a new article. Ali Hashim, I believe, one of the most erudite journalists alongside Zena Kador and Trey Yingst, reporting on the conflict in the Middle East, going back years. I'm honored to even be followed by them and to be somewhat like covering. Bulgaria has won Eurovision, by the way. To be somewhat covering this in a way that they feel is worthwhile of following. There's only certain people in the English-speaking world that have covered this conflict area since 2023 and before. Ali Hashim is the foremost expert on Tehran. The man you're about to read was, in the middle of the war, sent by Al Jazeera English from Doha to Tehran. He got in as the bombs were falling, and he reported every day 8 times a day for Al Jazeera English. I made sure he was okay every hour. He reported every day for Al Jazeera English from the Iranian capital. He has 40 years of experience reporting from Tehran. He's actually from Naqoura in the south of Lebanon, but he is a subject matter expert. He has connections and sources in the IRGC, in the Iranian political scene. He knows everyone. He knows the history of Iran better than even Professor Casagrande, and that's saying something. When you start saying something like that, Professor Casagrande, Roy Casagrande, is probably the foremost English-speaking expert on the political history of Iran. I think his wife is Iranian, actually. She's also a PhD. She's very smart, too. I've listened to them. I've listened to everything Dr. Casagrande has basically ever said about Iran, and I've listened to it like 7 times. And he did one interview with his wife that was really, really, really good. But it is arguable that Ali Hashim, I would say, having reviewed a lot of material from both, Ali Hashim is more knowledgeable somehow, which shouldn't be possible, than Dr. Casagrande. Ali Hashim is somehow, some way, I know exactly how he did it, like 40 years of experience living it. You don't academically study something like this. You live it. Academic foundation, and then you probably need subject matter expertise. But being a journalist is first and foremost living the experience and light and world of the story you're trying to tell, or the life that you're trying to explain, or the situation you're trying to explain. You don't research it, you live it. That's how you, if you want to do journalism, you have to live it. And then your combined experience adds up over time. It compounds. And then when things happen, you have this deep sort of understanding, not because you studied something, although that is part of it, but because you lived it. You were enmeshed in it, and you understood it not as a concept, but as a reality. And reality is obviously different for every person, but there is a difference between watching something, reading about something, and then actually living something. And I don't mean living it like being there in the first person. You can show up at an event and have no idea what is going on. I'm talking something a little more ethereal. Living it, I suppose, means sort of like the line between life and journalism is editorial discretion. Anything more than that, and you're doing it wrong. Like, life and journalism complement each other. Like, journalism is life, and life is journalism, but it's just mediated by editorial discretion. And a lot of journalists, I don't think, understand this. It's not an academic discipline. It can be studied as one, but really it was like Ida Tarbell and Henry Demiris Lloyd, at least in the modern form, just like going to public libraries or like finding random corporate records nobody knew about, and then just kind of like piecing together what the aristocracy didn't want out there. Hence, like, what people don't want printed is journalism. Everything else is public relations. But that's really why I think Ali Hashim's a great journalist. For him to have actually spent 40 years developing this knowledge base, both from an academic perspective, but also from an on-the-ground perspective, makes his perspective invaluable. I wish Western media, like if CNN was talking to Ali Hashim, their viewers would be more informed. He works for Al Jazeera English, obviously, but like if any American network for the past 20 years had just had Ali Hashim on just like once a week with a show, the American polity would be so much better off. And it's kind of a shame. I mean, Qatar has a lot of money, so they can get the best talent and the best like academic perspectives and the best of the best, which is why he probably works at Al Jazeera English. But I just kind of lament that we don't have any titans of journalism. Like Edward R. Murrow, eat your heart out. Walter Cronkite, eat your heart out. Like, meet Ali Hashim and Zena Kador. I don't care who you are. There's been no one who has done it like they do it ever. Because first of all, modern war is very different than older wars. Older wars was a lot of like embedded journalism, or like reporting with a microphone on a rooftop via radio, it was not really what we know today. It was hard work, don't get me wrong, but it was very censored and it was lagged. And like the way that it used to work was like newsreels would be compiled by like British Pathe or British Path, whatever they're called, Pathe, and then they would get like put into like what are they called, Odeons, like movie theaters, cinemas. And before you would watch like your movie, you would get the British Pathe or British Path newsreel. That was like the preview. That's how people got their news. The newspaper, radio, and then like very early like video would come like a month after. Like you might get footage from the front 30 days to 60 days at best after. It would go through the war censor. It would go through like a cutting process. It would get made into like a movie, like reel, and then it would get shipped out. Then you could get it. It was never instantaneous. The papers were censored, but they were quick. You could get stuff on the wires through the paper overnight. But most of the stuff was a week or two later. And then radio, it was real. You could get it in real time. You could hear Edward R. Murrow from the Blitz in London saying this was happening, but there was no images. It was radio. Edward R. Murrow was very censored as well. The best stuff about World War II, the best book ever written was The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. It's the best book ever written about World War II. You have to read it. I've listened to it like 70 times. Let me just give you the author in case you want to look it up. The Rise, I should know this. William L. Schreier. It's worth reading. He was the only journalist so he was in Berlin until like 41 or 2, until he had to leave. He was there. He was working for CBS or something. I forget. And then he was the only only journalist, in fact, allowed to go in with the U.S. Army and sort through 14 tons, literal tons of paper that the U.S. Army captured from like the Reichstag and like a lot of the like war ministry offices and the foreign ministry. A lot of those buildings, they had documents still in them. And so he wrote that book based on those documents. It's so good. Hello, fan. It's so good to see you. God bless you. I'm so glad to see you tonight. It's been quite a night. But yes, fan, you came in at a great moment. We're talking history. But outside of maybe William Schreier, who really wrote ex post facto, like the book, you didn't really learn about World War II until after the fact. You might have heard some stuff on the news, but it was blacked out. It was very censored. There's never been anything like modern war. Frankly, it's a disgrace to the profession or vocation of journalism that Ali Hashim and Zena Kador are not more universally revered. We have some great journalists in the United States who do good long-form investigative journalism, but it's a disgrace that like we don't herald these two in particular. They're legends of our time. And the Western press, for all they know, if I went around and said the names Zena Kador and Ali Hashim to most people in the Western press, they would have no freaking idea who I'm talking to. That's my litmus test. You're a reporter and you don't know those two. First of all, I'm going to think you're dumb. Second of all, I'm never going to take anything you say seriously about international affairs. And third of all, I'm going to be offended. So that's my introduction for Ali Hashim. I know I should give speeches. Anyway, let's take a listen to his article. Now that I've told you why he's wonderful and probably, like, he's a living legend. He will go down, and Zena Kador will go down as, like, the greatest war journalist of all time. They took what was a very important form of public service during World War II, Korea, Vietnam. I mean, think about even Walter Cronkite. He, like, My Lai was exposed before that, but the American public did not know about My Lai until Walter Cronkite went over there with a camera and was like, oh goodness. I'm pretty sure CBS was like, I don't think we should do this. And he was like, you know what? At this point, we're doing it. And he just stood there with a mic. I have a vivid image of it. I wasn't alive, but I've seen the clips. He just stood there and he was like, ladies and gentlemen, this is Walter Cronkite from My Lai. where I'm going to report to you about a devastating and horrific massacre that changed public opinion about the Vietnam War almost overnight. Not My Lai, the massacre itself, not the initial leaks about it. Nope. Walter Cronkite going to My Lai is what changed American opinions about the Vietnam War. All right? There have been some great war journalists. There have. No one will ever match. Maybe I would actually argue the scale of conflict that Zena Kador and Ali Hashim, those two in particular, and Trey Yingst have covered. Although I think Trey's more closer to my age. He's probably like 5 years older than me, maybe a little more. I think Trey would look up to Ali. I'm actually sure he doesn't. I'll ask him someday. But my point is, I'm sure Trey Yingst, who's Fox News' reporter from Israel embedded with the IDF, I'm sure Trey would say he looks up to Ali Hashim and Zena Kador. Zena Kador is the Southern Lebanon reporter for Al Jazeera English. She's like the top of the top. She's been there for like 40 years, since it started, basically, like 30 or 40 years. And Ali Hashim as well. I don't know how long he's been with Al Jazeera, but he's just, I'm singing their praises and extolling the virtue of their work because we're not doing it enough in the Western press, to our detriment, by the way. Like, we're really hurting, like, American journalism by not holding up these individuals and saying, like, this is what the field is about during conflict. And it really bothers me. I think my colleagues domestically are pretentious and superfluous and like vacuous and gaudy and insulting to my intelligence. I'm sorry. I'm talking about like people who cover the war domestically. I'm just hurt by what my vocation has become, because I know what the standard is. It's set by Ali Hashim and Zena Kador, and I know what it's not when it comes to covering conflicts, and it's everything that the American media puts out, and it makes me feel embarrassed. It really does. It really bothers me. But anyway, that's why I think Ali Hashim is a great reporter. Trey Yingst he's good. He's very compassionate. Now, Trey's embedded with the IDF, so he's got to follow the rules. He signs up for those rules. He knows what they are. He follows them. But Trey Yingst is the first person. If you kill a journalist and Trey Yingst finds out about it, I don't care if you're Israel, Iran, the U.S., Iraq, it doesn't matter. He will talk about it. And I don't care if the IDF, I've seen him actually take a lot of heat for calling out the IDF for murdering Issam Abdullah in the south of Lebanon in October. I think it was October 10th, maybe October 23rd of 2023, somewhere in there. Issam Abdullah was a Reuters cameraman who was killed. And there were other strikes as well that were horrific on journalists during the Gaza war. And Trey Yingst got up there one day on his X account, and he's a very big account. He's on Fox News National every day, and he's embedded with the IDF. He got up there, and he just excoriated the IDF for some of these murders of journalists. Oh my word. There was like an uprising against him by the sort of powers that be in Israel, the political establishment. He did not care. He did not care. He kept doing his thing. He's still doing his thing to this day. They're lucky to have him, frankly. And that's what journalism is at its best. When you have so much integrity that you can get up there when you're embedded with the IDF and you work for Fox News National and call out the IDF for murdering journalists in southern Lebanon and Gaza, and when the Israeli political apparatus complains, you can just be like, well, you're lucky to have me. That's journalism at its best. So, absolutely max love. But let us listen to Ali Hashim now that I took that time to extol the virtues of my fleeting profession. Thank you very much. That was a great intro. I think if I ever give intros for people who are going to give talks, you got to be like Grant. Like 3 minutes. You can't tell the entire history of the Middle East because you want to talk about how great the speaker is. Like 3 minutes. Here we go. Take it away, British reporter Tal.
Inside story. After Beijing, will Trump resume war on Iran? F/A-18 Super Hornets and EA-18G Growlers launch from the flight deck of USS Abraham Lincoln as it transits the Arabian Sea on May 9, 2026. Source: CENTCOM, Twitter, X. The answer arrived not in a diplomatic communique but on Air Force One. Asked by reporters on his way back from Beijing whether the United States was finished with Iran, President Donald Trump said Washington may still need to do a little cleanup work. He added that he had agreed to the April 8 ceasefire only reluctantly, as a favor to Pakistan. That is Trump's own public account of where things stand. The war, by his telling, is merely paused rather than ended. The ceasefire was not a strategic choice but a concession in the face of outside pressure. And the option to resume attacks was never taken off the table. For Tehran, none of this is new information. The truce has largely been approached as an opportunity to prepare for what many view as inevitable. A rejected framework. In the week before Trump's visit to China, Iran presented Washington with a 14-point framework for ending the conflict. Speaking on condition of anonymity, a senior political source in Tehran explained to Amwaj Media that the document consisted of 11 points originally submitted by the U.S. administration with the addition of 3 points by Iran. Partly delayed by the escalation of the U.S. naval blockade of Iran, to Trump's apparent annoyance, the proposal was the product of explicit instructions from Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei. The new supreme leader told his negotiators that no discussion of the nuclear file could begin until 5 preconditions are met: a full end to the war on all fronts, the lifting of all sanctions, the release of frozen Iranian assets, war reparations, and formal recognition of Iran's sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. In conversations with Iranian sources, 2 narratives have clearly emerged. According to one well-informed source on the conservative end of the political system, Washington's response, conveyed through mediators, rejected the framework in its entirety. The U.S. is said to have reaffirmed its established positions on the nuclear file and declined to treat the preconditions as a prerequisite for anything. However, a separate political source with knowledge of proceedings dismissed such a characterization of events. The source declined to go into detail on the current state of play, but noted the elevation of certain military figures, in the absence of the martyred commanders, and their promotion of the 5 preconditions in state media. The apparent message between the lines appears to be that while there are different views, decision-making is concentrated in one circle. What does appear clear is that the 14 points include a U.S. military withdrawal from Iran's immediate vicinity, an end to the naval blockade, the lifting of oil sale restrictions within 30 days of any initial agreement, and a new governing arrangement for Hormuz. On the sticky topic of uranium enrichment, Iran has offered to downblend some of its stockpile of 60% enriched uranium, transfer a portion abroad with guarantees of return in case the U.S. again reneges on a deal, and suspend enrichment for a period shorter than the 20 years that Trump has demanded. Iranian negotiators have refused to dismantle the nuclear program. None of the concessions Iran has offered are said to be acceptable to Washington. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has publicly stated that he doubts American seriousness in the talks, and confirmed that Tehran has been discussing Russia's offer to take custody of Iran's enriched uranium. The latter may be a potential solution to bridge respective red lines. Araghchi has also reacted to the leaking of CIA assessments that Iran retains more than 2/3 of its pre-war missile inventory by charging that the real figure is 120%. The current message from Washington, as one senior Iranian source close to the talks put it, is that the U.S. arrived with specific objectives. Iran has refused to accept individual quid pro quos, preferring a package approach to comprehensively resolve contentions. This has caused consternation in both Tehran and Washington, with the former charging that the package solution, being sneered at by the U.S., was in fact put forward at the request of the Trump team. Ultimately, the standoff has taken a different posture, not a war as before the ceasefire, at least for now, but a status quo that adds more complexity to the scene. The credibility gap. What complicates Washington's options is not Iran's position, but the growing distance between what the Trump administration is saying in public and what America's own intelligence community is reporting in private. Trump and his Secretary of War Pete Hegseth have spent months telling Americans that Operation Epic Fury, the joint U.S.-Israeli campaign launched on February 28, decimated Iran's military. Hegseth has declared that Iranian armed forces have been left combat ineffective for years to come. Trump has claimed that Iran has nothing left in a military sense, and described its missiles as down to a scatter. But a classified U.S. intelligence assessment from early May, reported by the New York Times, contradicts almost every element of that picture. Iran is said to have regained operational access to 30 of the 33 missile sites it maintains along the strategic Strait of Hormuz, and to retain roughly 70% of its pre-war missile stockpile and mobile launchers. About 90% of underground missile storage and launch facilities are assessed as partially or fully operational. Independent reporting by the Washington Post, citing a separate CIA analysis, concluded that Iran can outlast Trump's Hormuz blockade for months at the very least. This all suggests a likely unexpected level of Iranian resilience, that the tens of thousands of Israeli and US sorties in March and April either failed to seriously damage the Islamic Republic's missile arsenal or that Tehran retained secret, possibly underground, arms manufacturing capabilities. Both of these things could also be true at the same time. While Trump has dismissed the New York Times report as fake news, the Pentagon has not publicly contested the underlying numbers. The same pattern of inconsistency runs through the US president's account of the nuclear file. Last summer, after bombing Iranian uranium enrichment facilities before the prompt declaration of a ceasefire, he declared that Iran's nuclear program had been obliterated. More recently, in an interview with Fox News, he said the remaining enriched uranium had been reduced to dust buried under a collapsed mountain at Fordow. He claimed Iran lacks the technology to retrieve the stockpile, and that the only countries that could are the United States and China. At the same time, both US and Israeli officials have continued to argue that Iran is close to being able to develop a bomb. Beijing's position. Trump went to China hoping for help. Xi Jinping told him, according to the US president's own readout, that he was willing to help resolve the Iran conflict. But the offer came with two qualifications that limit its strategic weight. The first is that China intends to keep buying Iranian petroleum. The second is that Beijing opposes the militarization of Hormuz but is unwilling to confront Tehran over its closure. Chinese vessels, by Iranian state media's account, have already begun transience the waterway under arrangements negotiated with Tehran. For now, China is not showing an interest in playing a direct mediation role, rather it is attempting to secure its own energy access while the US blockade is in place. To this end, Beijing's most consequential role may be its vetoing of action against Tehran at the UN Security Council. China's preferred outcome is the one already articulated in its four-point framework for the Gulf: a shared security architecture, respect for state sovereignty, opposition to unilateral action and equitable sharing of regional economic opportunity. None of those points serve as the basis for delivering Iran to Trump on American terms. They serve as the basis for replacing American terms. The younger Khamenei's signal. While Trump was in Beijing, Mojtaba Khamenei issued a public statement to mark National Persian Language Preservation Day. Praising Iran's conduct in what he called the sacred defense against the US Zionist invasion, Khamenei invoked the legendary tales of the Shahnameh, Book of Kings, a national epic authored by Ferdowsi, 940-1020 CE. Calling for unity among all ethnic groups and other aspects of Iran's social fabric against what he termed Zahik-like aggressors. A mythical son of an Arab ruler, Zahik is the personification of evil in both the Shahnameh and the contemporary Iranian political lexicon. With exiled monarchists also deploying the term, albeit to refer to Khamenei and his slain father. In other words, Khamenei was anchoring the conflict in Iran's historical vocabulary. Applying the Shahnameh, rather than the more familiar Islamic revolutionary rhetoric, indicates a deliberate widening of the narrative base beyond the Islamic Republic's ideological core, reaching toward an Iranian Islamic as opposed to Islamic Iranian national identity. It is the kind of message a leader sends when he wants the nation to be prepared for an expected confrontation.
Well then. Yes, that was quite an informed perspective. Listen, that was a great thing for us to read. I think it really frames a lot of what we talked about today in the larger context. And yes, but even Al Jazeera is occasionally censored, for the record. I've seen them black things out in various regions. Al Jazeera is run by the state of Qatar. But Ali Hashim, when he's writing, he tells it like it is. And I believe everything he said there. His analysis is great. And I also do agree that we're seeing some widening of the Iranian pluralism, I suppose. A much more sort of tolerant IRGC domestically. So, she told them they're taking Taiwan, and Trump trying to stop them will only cause issues between the U.S. and China. That's true, First 48, I believe that. Taking you now to Yemen's Al-Yaf governorate, where tribes are apparently planning to start military action against the Houthis. This is anti-aircraft fighter. Okay, so that's Yemen. We talked about the bright flash in Israel, which may be due to a very dangerous failed rocket test, which resulted in a massive explosion. I showed you this intense footage. If you think Ukrainian drones aren't intense, take a look at Russia trying to shoot them down. That is all anti-aircraft fire trying to stop Ukrainian drones in Russia 3 hours ago. There were also explosions earlier in Tartus, Syria. For those of you just tuning in, these explosions were heard in Tartus, Syria, just 3 hours ago. Explosions in Tartus, Syria, just 3 hours ago. And is it possible? Have we actually made it back to the top of the feed? That was a heck of a 5 hours, 4.5 hours. Oh my goodness, that was a heck of a time update. Oh, we do have some more work to do. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not giving up. I'm gonna do all the updates. Okay. So in Boston 25, residents in local news were rallying in honor of Sandra Birchmore's birthday. Sandra, whose life was tragically taken, and I believe whose murder was covered up by a rogue unit of the state and local police in order to protect a very dangerous operation that could have been tied to Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. I'm losing my voice. Matthew Farwell, of course, will be tried federally for the murder of Sandra Birchmore in August of 2026. God bless Sandra Birchmore, and may God rest her soul and the soul of her unborn 8 to 10-week-old baby boy. A missile was flying overhead in Yemen tonight. It's unclear if this is an internal conflict or if the missile was heading out into the Red Sea. That is a missile flying over Yemen. You are looking at video of a missile flying over Yemen just hours ago. Hi, Trelly. All airports in Moscow are closed. That was in Yemen just 2 hours ago. Now taking you to Ukraine, where a long-range drone flew into Russian occupied Crimea with 2 FPV drones strapped to its wings. All right, one has a flat-link antenna that hooks up to a Starlink terminal. Let's take a look. This is footage from Ukrainian long-range drone operators just earlier today. Who knows when it was actually filmed? So it's a long-range drone with other drones. It's a meta drone. It's a long-range drone with other drones on top of the drone. Oh, goodness. They've started mounting the drones on the other drones. It's drone-on-drone action. Yes. Yes, look at that. That's a long-range Ukrainian drone. Looks like it's in the water. It might have been taken down. It looks like Russia is analyzing it. That's the best I can discern. So it's a drone filming a down drone. The down drone is Ukrainian. And we're kind of using this to analyze what the Ukrainian drone looked like It's a drone. It's a long-range drone that was shot down that has other drones on it. So that's the newest Ukrainian drone tech. And if you're wondering, like, what's the Russian drone doing? Well, the Russian drone, I'm not sure why someone released this footage, but the Russian drone is going out there and analyzing the Ukrainian drone. Like, it's like you wouldn't go out there with a person, just send the drone out. Yeah, it is a very interesting looking drone, I agree. Heavy explosions tonight, by the way, speaking of Ukrainian drones. So Ukraine's been launching attacks tonight throughout the coastal areas of Crimea, which is occupied by Russia. Oh, this is going to be very loud. I just want to warn you ahead of time. Hold on. That's what President Zelensky refers to as a long-range sanction. Intense night indeed for the Russian occupation Russian occupation forces in Crimea. Yeah, that first one was very loud indeed. Your towel host is getting very tired. Here's the update on that explosion in Beit Shemesh. It's near the Sidot Micha base, and a similar explosion took place at the same facility in 2021 during an Israeli rocket engine test. Here's the latest Ukrainian drone wave, the Angry Birds. You can see them heading throughout Russia, multiple Ukrainian drone waves. Here's an example. Here's an example of those drone strikes by Ukraine. This is from a Ukrainian drone operator. This is released by the Ukrainian military, I believe. They have some very intense feeds. All drone footage from the Ukrainian military. Wow. Ukraine certainly has some very advanced drone tech. Alright. I will wake up if something intense happens, but I believe we've reached the end. I meant to go 2 hours. You got me to go 4.5. And somehow no bombs fell and we've made it through the most intense hour. This is Towel News. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're 4.5 hours in. Thank you all for your support. You can find more from me tomorrow, where I'm sure we'll pick up this stream at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. You can support this stream, which is designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I use entertainment as a small buffer to educate and inform you, thus warding off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. I talked till I lost my voice tonight. I'm going to go rest, then I'm going to wake up and talk to Towel Girlfriend. We'll listen to her song, by the way, before I go to bed. If you want to support this stream, there's a Cash App. Or if you want to feed me, God bless you to all of you who have been donating and supporting me. I'm so grateful. There's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Now, let's do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 before our outro song, all right? I like to do the presidents in order. Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. Let's get Pete Buddington. Come on, Pete. Then we'll listen to a song by Towel Girlfriend. Then I'm going to bed. So you got President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Jackson, President Van Buren. Skip 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 is 13 is Fillmore. And then Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So you got Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William R. Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? We also do have a towel Discord. Max Love, thank you so much for the kind words. Chinatown CJ, God bless you. And Lane Matrix, God bless you. So before we get out of here, and I do my formal outro, you're going to get a special third encore, third rendition of a song by the wonderful Towel Girlfriend herself, recorded extemporaneously in one take with 40 minutes notice, just because she likes singing. She actually asked, and I was like, you should do it. And then she did it. She nailed it. You are, Max Love, I'm so glad you learned today. Everybody should learn something if they can, or be informed. Entertained is good. Here's a cover of Summertime Sadness by the wonderful Towel Girlfriend, who you're all going to get to meet sooner rather than later. Then we'll get out of here. Pete Bunny Towel is excited. His friend Francine is here.
Seen the world, done it all, had my cake now. Diamonds brilliant and Bel Air now. On summer nights, mid-July, when you and I were forever wild. Crazy days, city lights, the way you'd play with me like a child. Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Will you still love me when I've got nothing but my aching soul? I know you will, I know you will, I know that you will. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful? Seen the world, lit it up as my stage now. Channeling angels in the new age now. On summer days, rock and roll, where you play for me at your show. All the ways I got to know your pretty face and your electric soul. Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Will you still love me when I've got nothing but my aching soul? I know you will, I know you will, I know that you will. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful? Dear Lord, when I get to heaven, please let me bring my man. Dear God, tell me that you'll let him. Father, help me if you can. All that grace, all that body, all that face makes me wanna party. Will you still love me when I'm no longer beautiful? Will you still love me when I'm no longer young and beautiful? Will you still love me when I've got nothing but my aching soul? I know you will. beautiful.
She's great. That was Towel Girlfriend singing. It's not Summertime Sadness. Maybe it is. No, it's not. What is the name of Young and Beautiful? Lana Del Rey also does Summertime Sadness. For some reason, I kept introducing it as Summertime Sadness. I think it's because Lana Del Rey sings both. But that is Young and Beautiful. That is the cover by Towel Girlfriend. The whole night I introduced it as Summertime Sadness, but it is Young and Beautiful. And frankly, Towel Girlfriend is very beautiful. She is a few years younger than me, so she is both, I suppose, young and beautiful. I'm still young at heart. Oh, Max Love, I'm so glad you loved it. Janai, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I am sure there will be more Towel Girlfriend songs yet. You're going to get to meet her. It is Mimi. My birthday is in just over a week, May 24th. And I think I'm the happiest I've ever been. Out of an intense period in my life came happiness I never thought possible. And it's because of all of you. And also Towel Girlfriend. I just feel blessed every day. And she's so wonderful. You're also wonderful. She is amazing, Max Love. I agree with that 100%. She just makes my soul sing. She's my person. She's great. Janai, I'm so glad I got to see you today, my friend. And Lane Matrix. This is a public information service, as I mentioned, and if you learned something today, if you want to pay it forward, if you found camaraderie in the chat or otherwise, you may consider a donation to our homeless vets or our service members or their families. I can only speak for America, because I'm an American Towel, but there should not be one homeless veteran in the United States against their will, or we have failed as a society, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, if you want to help today, do consider a donation to our homeless vets or our service members or their families. You may also consider a donation if you like our fur friends. This is Pete Bunny Towel, by the way. He loves his friend Francine. He's the channel mascot. He's a stuffed Pete Bunny. If you want to help our fur friends, you may consider a donation to an animal shelter run by veterans or service members, or that helps our veterans or service members. Great way to help our fur friends and our veterans or service members. You may also consider a donation to an animal shelter in general. It's a great way to help our fur friends. If you're in the UK, you may consider a donation to the Big Issue. Great way to help those experiencing homelessness in the UK. It doesn't have to be a donation, though. It can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time, and having them designated honorary towels forevermore during the outro. Yes, in that way, may we live up to, may we change the current realpolitik, hopefully, from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. From a very tired Grant Smith Ellis, God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for watching today. I continue to pray for peace, and for all of you, and for the goats and sheep, and doggos, and cats, and snakes, and other animals all around the world. And we will end our broadcast day on Towel News as it comes up on 8:41 p.m. Eastern, Saturday, May 16, 2026. It is 2:41 a.m. in South Africa. On Sunday, May 17, 2026, it's 3:41 in Tel Aviv, and it's 4:11 a.m. in Tehran, Iran, where the sun is about to rise. What will today or tomorrow bring? It's anyone's guess. But thus concludes your broadcast day on Towel News. We'll end, as we always do, with the national anthem. And I appreciate each and every one of you who spent time with me today. And don't pray United States of America. and may God protect us all. I'll leave you now with our traditional closing. Yes, the U.S. National Anthem. As we take a look at the flag. Yes, I don't need it to play. Just the flag is fine, thank you. Allow me to bring up the Star-Spangled Banner. I have it. I've been adding a lot of songs to my collection, so I have to go pretty deep. We did have a great time, Francine, and peace to you, Janai. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, thus concludes your broadcast day on Towel News. Until we see each other again, thank you for welcoming me into your home. Thank you for being you. God bless you, and be well.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we have watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good night.